The torrential downpour, thunder and lightning mixed in. The torrential downpour, thunder and lightning mixed in. Suddenly, a flash of lightning struck the roof of the thatched cottage at the foot of the mountain behind Holy Dragon Mansion. Rumble! Next, a young man suddenly sat up on a bed under the thatched cottage that had two pieces of door plastered together. His head was covered in cold sweat as he panted heavily. Holy sh*t, that scared the baby to death. As soon as he finished speaking, the youth's expression turned cold. He was instantly stupefied when he saw the furnishings in the thatched hut. Where the f*ck is this? That's not right, I was just playing in my dog hole and casually killed a boss, then. The teenager did not continue but thought, that boss is the ultimate boss, it must be that holy artifact that dropped. I, your father, am the one leading the world and becoming rich. It's time to marry the rich and beautiful girl to the peak of their lives. Wait! The youth was stunned again. It seems like there was a bolt of lightning that struck my host. I didn't even have the time to check what the boss dropped before I fainted? It was also at this moment. The youth's head began to hurt violently. He filled his mind with all sorts of memories. To be able to break through the 5th level of warrior at the age of 9, he is indeed the #1 genius of the Imperial City. As expected of the descendant of General Shun Long, the Emperor bestowed the marriage, bestowed Nangong Yen with the title of Long Fei, a genius with a beauty, a perfect match. The #1 genius of the Imperial City, Long Fei, was heavily injured by a mysterious person. His dragon spirit blood was pulled out. It's useless, the Supreme Dan is useless, the pubes is broken, from now on, he can only be a mortal. Father, I am strongly opposed to spending more money on treating Long Fei. He's just a piece of trash now, he's already 15 years old. Even if he's cured, he's still a piece of trash. Long Fei, weren't you rather arrogant in the past? What's wrong? How does it feel to be stepped on by this young master? Ha ha! Look at this trash. He can't even beat the beggars on the streets, he's really embarrassing the Holy Dragon Mansion. If it were me, I would have just died. The Grand Master is in seclusion. From today onwards, break all of Long Fei's supplies. If you want to eat, go earn it yourself. The Long family will not raise trash. Ah! The memory fragments began to slowly piece together. The last scene where Long Fei was kicked flying by Long Ao, his head knocked against a stone tablet, he fainted. At this moment, the youth was completely dumbfounded. Oh my God, I just killed a boss in the game, is there a need to punish me like this? I killed a boss, but I don't know what dropped. Now that I'm in a different world, I've become a piece of trash. Long Fei was very unhappy. It was quite unpleasant. According to his memory, he clearly knew that he had an extremely powerful identity, the successor to the Holy Dragon Mansion. Holy Dragon Mansion. The first palace chief, Long Zhantian. Relying on a handful of mountain-splitting Neef, he entered the prehistoric territory, killed a dragon god, and used the dragon spirit blood to temper his body. He then became the #1 dragon god warrior of the gods' martial continent. Followed Nagong Ao, killed demons and killed strange beasts. In this chaotic domain, a domineering aura rushed into the sky, and after 18 years of war, the Long family army led to the creation of the current Fireglass dynasty. To be conferred the title of Marquis of the Dragon God, to establish the Holy Dragon Mansion, and to enjoy the title of an eternal noble. Thus, the Holy Dragon Mansion got its name. It was said that Long Zhantian had obtained the inheritance of the dragon spirit blood vein, and the dragon god warrior was born in every generation of the Long family. And he was this generation's dragon god warrior. He broke through the 5th level of warrior at the age of 9, was at the 8th level at the age of 12, and had already become a 2nd-level war master at the age of 14, becoming the #1 genius in Fireglass dynasty. Long Fei became the most important treasure of the Long family. However, Not long after, the mysterious rancor suddenly appeared and shattered Long Fei's pubes with one move, and then pulled the dragon's spirit blood vein out of his blood. Geniuses instantly became trash. During the past year, he had been bullied to the point that his siblings did not like him. People outside the clan who had once flattered him laughed at him and teased him. He had also become the biggest laughingstock of the Fire Glass City. The Long family was ashamed of him. After the Grand Duke went into confinement, his position in the Long family plummeted. He wasn't even comparable to a servant. 3 days ago, and the reason why he was sent flying with a single kick from Long Ao was because he had taken a glance at the woman beside Long Ao. It could be seen how bitter he was. Long Fei wanted to die. When the time comes, if you don't bring me here, now that I'm a trash, you want me to teleport here? Oh my god, are you trying to play with my rhythm? The gods' martial continent respected martial art. Pubes could absorb the true chi of heaven and earth, refine their body, and break through cultivation. It was as if the pubes was sentenced to death, unable to cultivate, and would never be able to rise above the masses. Even if the pubes is intact, I, as a otaku, don't even know what it means to cultivate. If we're competing in games, I can destroy anyone who refuses to accept this with a single hand. This world doesn't even know computers, much less games. Long Fei forced himself to endure, and he felt waves of pain in his head. Suddenly, in his mind, there was something that was constantly flashing. This item was a gift box that was commonly seen in games. Playing games is too fascinating. I probably won't be able to adapt to a foreign environment all of a sudden. Long Fei laughed bitterly. The idea moved like it had been hit by a mouse and clicked. Ding! The gift box opened and released a game notification sound. Long Fei was shocked. Congratulations to host Long Fei for activating striking system. Do you want to check the attributes? Long Fei was momentarily at a loss for words. He once again looked seriously at the furnishings in the room, and muttered to himself. Impossible, this is a real world, how could it be a game? Although he could not believe it, the idea still moved. Check. A game interface appeared in his mind. Player. Long Fei rank. 0. The realms of God's martial continent: warrior, war master, war spirit, war chief, war elder, war emperor, war god, war king. Each realm is divided into levels 1 to 9. True chi. 0 points skills. None lucky value. None charm value. None striking value. 100 points. A series of game attributes were all displayed in Long Fei's mind. There were a myriad of them, and there were also many things in the system that had yet to be developed. Long Fei laughed. The smile was a bit lewd and even a bit lewd. I don't know how to cultivate and break through to the next level, but to play this game, I'm a pro. I was unrivaled in my previous life. Who would dare to fight me in this world? Ha ha ha! Your father's life will be great in the future. In the past, Long Fei was a genius and he was able to protect you, but now, he is a trash who has brought shame to the Long family, and the entire Long family is eager for him to die. If you follow him, you will only be affected. If you follow me, I will definitely cherish you well. Ha ha ha! Long Fei was instantly enraged. A small handyman dared to bully him. F***ck. Long Fei scolded. He immediately rushed out of the room and said, Li San, I think you are tired of living. A lowly subordinate actually dares to bully my Long Fei's people. Li San was startled, then sneered. Oh, you still think you're the genius of the Long family? You are only trash now, a trash with the broken dantian? Who do you think you are? They did not place Long Fei in their eyes at all. In the Long family, no one put Long Fei in their eyes. Because he was a cripple whose dantian had shattered and was forever unable to stand up. Cluck, cluck, Long Fei clenched his fists tightly, and his teeth chattered loudly. Li San mocked. You're angry, I'm so scared, come hit me, let's see if a trash like you can touch the corner of my clothes. Jojo immediately pulled Long Fei and shook her head, saying, "Young master, he is a level 1 warrior, his cultivation is above yours, we cannot fight against him." A level 1 warrior was this arrogant? That's right. Because Long Fei was level 0, which meant that he had no level. He was not a match for Li San at all. That was why he was so arrogant. Li San loudly mocked, "What's wrong? Scared? You don't dare to come, you piece of trash. I can kill you with one hand, and yet you dare to act so arrogantly in front of me. You overestimate yourself." Anger was raging. Being bullied to such an extent, Long Fei could not hold back. "Jojo, it's time to return the money. You have to either return the money or accompany me for the night, or else, you know my methods, of course I won't hit you, you are such a delicate little beauty. How can I bear to hit you? But this trash, Long Fei, hee." Li San stared at Jojo's cute little face. Jojo glanced at Long Fei, and took one final step. At this moment, Long Fei held onto Jojo and said slightly, "As long as I am here, no one in this world can bully you." Finished. Long Fei took a step forward and walked under the eaves, then stepped on a toad that had crawled out of a cave just now, its head filled with a bloody groove. "Baji! Caw!" The toad let out a blood-curdling screech, its internal organs bursting out from under its stomp. It was also at this time. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing the toad. You have received 10 EXP and 0 True Chi. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for triggering striking attribute to reveal the divine skill toading skill. Do you wish to cultivate it? Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Current level, level 1 warrior. 3 hoops sounded. Long Fei moved, cultivate. Then, unable to hold back his rage any longer, his body sank heavily onto the muddy ground, and strange cries echoed from his throat. "Young master!" Jojo's face changed. Li San laughed wildly, "Trash, even if you kneel down to me, it's useless. Today, I must obtain Jojo, this little beauty is." Not waiting for him to finish, Long Fei's body shot out like a cannonball. Boom! It instantly crashed onto Li San's abdomen. Li San's body caved in, and his eyeballs were about to pop out. He couldn't even make a sound of pain and was sent flying. Boom! He hit the mud wall, causing it to collapse. Long Fei stepped right on Li San's face, causing Kong Kim to glare at him. He shouted coldly, "You dog, you dare be so arrogant in front of me, huh?" Li San was in so much pain that his internal organs were about to split open, but he was still as powerful as before, and said, "Long Fei, you better apologize to me, or else, I will immediately report to Dragon General that I'm his nephew. Do you think you can live?" Long Fei revealed a cold smile. Li San's eyes trembled and said, "You, this trash, dare to kill me? My uncle won't let you go." When the dumbstruck Jojo heard that Long Fei wanted to kill Li San, she immediately came back to his senses and said, "Young master, if he dies, Long De Yao won't let us go." Li San said, "Trash, did you hear that? If you dare to kill me, bam!" This punch also used the power of the toading skill, and directly smashed Li San's head to pieces. Fresh blood spurted out and splattered on Long Fei's face, and a flash of lightning reflected Long Fei's Reaper's face as he coldly said, "The person who threatens me only has one outcome, die." Ding! Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Li San for obtaining 100 experience, 10 spiritual value, 10 striking energy value. Congratulations to player Long Fei for receiving 200 silver. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Current level, 2 warrior. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for breaking through warrior and obtaining a novice gift. Do you wish to accept? Huh! Long Fei was a little confused. He had experience in killing monsters, and he knew that killing toads to gain experience was within expectations. Wait! I heard that toading skill was a godly skill. He was too angry just now and only wanted to kill Li San, so he did not pay attention to the properties of the toting skill. Skill path, toting skill rank, divine level. The gods' martial continent arts are divided into 4 major levels: sky, earth, profound, and yellow. Each level is divided into 10 ratings. Above these 4 levels are the divine level technique. Proficiency 1/10,000. Description: the killing power of the toting skill is extremely strong, divided into 2 types. One type uses one's strength to launch an attack, and the other type uses the true chi to launch an attack. Oh my god! Long Fei was completely shocked by the properties of the toting skill. I've been playing online games for a few years already, and I've only cultivated a few divine skills, but I never would have thought that I would be able to bring out a divine skill after killing a toad in this different world. This time, your father's life in a foreign world is going to be great. Awesome! 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 Long Fei looked at striking value. Looks like it requires 100 points to activate the striking attribute. Killing a person would give you 10 points of power. It looks like in the future, if you offend me, I'll send all of them to Hades. At the same time, Long Fei moved and ordered, accept. In his mind, there was a box shining with red light. Moved his hand and the box opened. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for training basic sword art. Congratulations to player Long Fei for learning alchemy technique. Congratulations to player Long Fei for training refining techniques. Congratulations to player Long Fei for training engraving formation. Congratulations to player Long Fei for training the talisman technique. Congratulations to player Long Fei for training beast mastery. Congratulations to player Long Fei for learning puppet technique. He had practiced a series of beginner cultivation technique. He had practiced all the supporting jobs of God's martial continent and cultivated them automatically. Long Fei looked at all the auxiliary method S cultivation method, alchemy technique grade, yellow rank level 1 can be leveled up, proficiency leveled up, grade leveled up, consumption 10 true chi, the higher the grade, the greater the consumption. Proficiency 0 out of 100 prompt. Beginner alchemy technique can only refine low-quality pellets. If you want to refine high-quality pellets, you can only raise proficiency S. The higher the level of the proficiency S, the higher the level of the pellets you can refine. The other auxiliary method were all the same. Long Fei laughed out loud. Other people need their talent in order to cultivate, but alchemy requires one's talent in fire. In order to create an array, one needs their talent in nature, and beast taming requires one's talent in affinity. However, I do not need anything, I only need the proficiency, like the skills in the game. As long as the proficiency rises in level, the skill will level up. Give me enough time. Any master refiners, any master refiners, any master of alchemy, all will be trampled to death by me. Awesome, too fucking cool. Looking at Long Fei, she laughed and talked to herself. She was like a madman. Jojo felt unfamiliar, and looked at Long Fei seriously. He was still the same young master, but his face had regained the confidence he had a year ago. She was still a little worried as she asked, "Young master, are you all right?" Long Fei regained his senses, excitedly hugged Jojo and heavily kissed her cheeks, saying, "Jojo, our good days are about to come." Jojo's entire body seemed to have been struck by lightning. Her body tightened up and her eyes became lifeless. After a long time, she was still unable to recover her senses and her heart was pounding like a little deer. "Young master kissed me, young master kissed me." Her face turned bright red, as if she was a ripe apple. "What are you doing in a daze for? Come and help." Long Fei looked at the dumbstruck Jojo and urged her on. He had to get rid of Li San's body. Long Dayo would find out sooner or later. However, before he realized it, Long Fei had quickly made himself stronger. After the corpse was taken care of, Jojo was still worried. "Young master, Li San is Long Dayo's nephew. Every day, he would report to his uncle about your situation. Huh! Then Li San sent someone to monitor me? Long Fei laughed coldly. Then Li San should die even more. Jojo asked. If he doesn't get Li San's report, he will definitely come to find you personally. At that time, Long Fei said, Don't worry, we still have one night to prepare. Jojo, here is 200 silver, find a place to hide in the city, and don't come out until I return. Jojo seemed to have sensed something, as she immediately grabbed onto the corner of Long Fei's clothes and said, Young master, do you want to abandon Jojo? It made Long Fei's heart ache as he watched. How could I abandon you? I'll go out and cultivate for at most a year, and at most half a year, I'll definitely return. Long family has too many things that I haven't done yet, and there are still some people that deserve to die, others that haven't been killed. He had to become strong. The entire Long family was eyeing him covetously. He was only a level 2 warrior. If he stayed in the capital, he would only be in danger. You have to know that he is the successor to the Long family. It was an order from the Grand Elder himself in the Long family's ancestral hall. His dragon spirit blood vein was being absorbed, his pubes was being broken, his veins were knotted. All of these were part of his plan, although Long Fei did not have any proof, but he was sure that this had something to do with the higher-ups of the Long family. Now that he was able to cultivate, if they were to discover him, they would definitely come and deal with him. He had to leave. He would come back after he became stronger and clean up one by one. Jojo nodded her head with tears in her eyes. She couldn't stop Long Fei, and she had no reason to. She wanted to follow Long Fei, but she was worried that she would burden him. Jojo, I will definitely come back. Rumble, heavy rain poured down. The two of them left Long family amidst the rain. Jojo bought a small courtyard in the western city slum and hid himself. Long Fei braved the heavy rain and left the west side of the city, heading towards the Yunlan mountain. Prince's estate. My lord, we just received news. Long Fei left the Fire Glass City from the west side of the city, and headed towards the Fire Glass mountain range. Should we send someone there? The old housekeeper did not continue. Nangong Lei raised his eyebrows slightly and pondered for a few seconds, then said, He's already a piece of trash. To be able to enter the Fire Glass mountain range would only mean his death, and will not affect Yenner's future. The old butler nodded and said no more. Chapter 4 Crazy Upgrade. Chapter 4 Crazy Upgrade. Fire Glass Mountain Range, one of the 4 great mountain ranges of God's martial continent. The danger level could be described as Forbidden Land. That year, when the evil demons invaded the Fire Glass dynasty a few times, they were killed and returned back to the Long family. The only regret was in one particular war, the patriarch of the Long family, Long Zhanhai, and the evil demon sovereign had both died. They had died in the depths of the Fire Glass mountain range, and even the Long family's heirloom and dragon Salyer had disappeared along with it. Because of this, Long family's vitality was severely injured. The dragon Salyer was created from the refinement of the dragon's spirit blood after Long Zhantian slaughtered the dragon god. It was the most important treasure of the Long family and was also the godly weapon of all previous dragon god warrior. It was also the symbol of the dragon god's warrior. So many years had passed. Long family had never given up on searching for dragon Salyer. However, after thousands of years, countless people entered the Fire Glass mountain range, and very few came out alive. There was not even the slightest bit of news regarding dragon Salyer. After a day and a half of trekking, Long Fei finally arrived at the foot of the mountain of Huoli. Looking at the imposing Huoli mountain that was like a ferocious beast from the abyss, Long Fei clenched his fists and said, We'll begin the journey of leveling up from here. And then, Long Fei dived in head first. In Fire Glass mountain range, demon beasts ran rampant. Demon beasts were divided into levels 1 to 9. Above level 9 was a divine beast, and above that was a sacred beast. Their physiques were incomparably strong, able to shatter mountains and break water. In these deep mountains they were kings and humans were invaders to them. Seeing humans meant that they were crazily pursuing them. Similarly, this was also a paradise for adventurers. The spiritual energy in the mountain range was very dense. Spiritual treasures of the heaven and earth were nurtured here, spirit grasses were nurtured here, and demonic cores were produced in the bodies of level 5 and above demon beasts. These were all supreme treasures. In addition, there were even more mysterious ruins. As long as one was able to find one, they would be able to soar into the heavens. Long Fei's goal was very simple. Upgrade. He did not go into the depths of the mountain range to hunt demon beasts. Instead, he went out of the mountain range to hunt wild beasts. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Wild Rabbit for obtaining 10 EXP. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Wild Chicken for obtaining 10 EXP. In the game, I'm still a newbie, so of course a newbie would want to kill these monsters that don't have any attack power. Long Fei was not bored by killing these little wild beasts. To a veteran gamer, the pyramid was not built in a day, it could only be built up bit by bit. 2 days passed. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Currently level 3 warrior. I don't have enough strength. Continue. Another 3 days passed. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Currently at level 4 warrior. Level 4. Not yet, my strength is still not enough. Long Fei could feel his own strength, and at the same time, he could see that the attack power released by the toting skill was not strong enough. Break through again. 10 days later. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Currently level 5 warrior. Level 5. Long Fei closed his eyes and felt his strength. The power of a level 5 warrior was much stronger than that of a level 4 warrior, and then he checked the damage of the toting skill. He opened his eyes wide. It's time to challenge a low-level demon beast. Behind him was a large group of hare and pheasant corpses. At the same time he killed these wild hare chickens, he released basic sword art and toting skill every time he attacked. His basic sword art had already reached the 3rd level. The cooldown time of the toting skill was long, adding on the fact that 10,000 proficiency were required to level up. He still had 5,000 proficiency and was still 5,000 away from breaking through. Head deeper in. Along the way, Long Fei did not miss a single bit of experience, not even a single mosquito. Half a month later, Long Fei's cultivation had already broke through to the 6th level of warrior, and at this time, he had already completely entered the hinterland of Fire Glass Mountain Range. The atmosphere isn't right. After entering the hinterland, the air was filled with a dangerous aura. It was fine for a level 6 warrior to deal with a level 1 monster, but if they met one, they could only wait to die. Thus Long Fei was even more careful. Suddenly, roar! A ash wolf that was as tall as a human, with hair all over its body that looked like steel needles pounced forward. Its 2 dark green glowing eyes stared at Long Fei as its 2 fangs glinted with a cold light, and saliva dripped down from the gaps of its teeth. Wow! Suddenly, he roared. He leapt up and pounced down, directly biting towards Long Fei's neck. F***ck. If you want to eat Laozi's meat, Laozi would like to eat yours as well. If you want to eat Laozi's meat, Laozi would like to eat your meat as well. Toting skill. Long Fei suddenly dropped to the ground, his 4 limbs spread out like a toad, and started croaking in his throat, not waiting for the ash wolf to land, before he sprung up. Boom! It shot out like a cannonball. Bam! After striking the ash wolf's abdomen, the ash wolf let out a painful scream. Long Fei took out another large staff and smashed it down onto the ash wolf's head with all his strength. Bam! Awoo! The ash wolf's brain burst open. Its eyes rolled back as it fell to the ground, twitching a few times. Its eyes rolled back as it thought, Die. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Ash Wolf for obtaining 100 experience points, 10 true chi and 1 energy values. Congratulations to player Long Fei for gaining wolf skin. Hahaha. Long Fei smiled excitedly. Killing wild beasts for a month would only give a pitiful amount of experience. Killing demon beasts will give you true chi value and energy values. And then Long Fei looked at his own attribute. Player. Long Fei rank. 6th warrior true chi. 90 points, level increase in true chi skills. Toting skill, basic sword art lucky value. 0 points charm value. 0 points striking value. 11 points. A series of attributes appeared in Long Fei's mind, and he said to himself, as expected, energy values is striking value. Killing a person can give 10 points of striking value, killing a demon beast can give a bit of energy values. Killing people is 10 times more difficult than killing monstrous beasts, but the number of monstrous beasts are 100 times, 1,000 times more difficult. In this mountain range there are countless monstrous beasts. Wow! I can't wait. Long Fei's blood started to boil. Killing a toad would reveal a divine-level cultivation technique, but killing a goblin beast would result in the death of a holy artifact. Ha ha ha! Continue fighting. Long Fei was an expert at gaming, but he was also his favorite. His record was made up in the internet cafe 7 days and 7 nights in a row, where he never logged off and rushed to the top of the game's fighting leaderboard. However, at that time, he was only chasing after his sister, but in the end, his sister ran off with a money player, and in his fury, he killed that money player and returned to the beginner village. None of this is the point. The important point was that Long Fei could be very tough, and be strong for a very long time. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing level 1 Python for obtaining 100 experience, 10 true chi and 1 energy values. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing level 1 Tiger Leaper for obtaining 100 EXP, 10 true chi and 1 energy values. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Long Arm Ape for obtaining 100 experience, true chi x10, energy values x1. For an entire 3 days and 3 nights, Long Fei did not rest for even a second and continued to hunt demon beasts. Finally, when he killed the Long Arm Ape, the system's notification sound rang out. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for filling up the striking energy value. Chapter 5 Fairy Battle. Chapter 5 Fairy Battle. The filling is complete. Long Fei became excited. Find a stronger demon beast. The thing that will drop will definitely be stronger. Striking system. Thinking about the Berserk Holy Artifact S, Long Fei had an urge to kill one of them immediately. However, he did not do so. Based on his many years of gaming experience, the higher the level of the monsters you kill, the better the items drop. This time, he wanted to find a secondary demon beast. Right, it's time to test the secondary demon beast. Long Fei made up his mind and then carefully walked forward. After walking for around an hour, Long Fei felt that something was not right, because he did not discover any demon beast in the surroundings. This silence was terrifying. In addition to the gloomy forest, the sky was dark, giving off an even more terrifying atmosphere. Suddenly, a strange fragrance floated out. Long Fei tensed up and immediately said secretly, "Spirit fruit of heaven and earth?" He had already stayed in Fire Glass Mountain Range for 2 months, but he had never smelled such a strange fragrance. He dared to use his virginity for 20 years to guarantee that this was definitely not a perfume used by women. In this incomparably dangerous mountain range, there was only one possibility for the fragrance to emit. It was the spirit fruit bred by heaven and earth. However, this kind of spirit fruit of heaven and earth would definitely have a divine beast protecting them. Divine beast. If it can use striking energy value to explode, then it must be that it feels so good. Long Fei was excited, but the risk and the reward were always proportional. The greater the reward, the greater the risk. Long Fei slowly approached them and stopped in a patch of shrubbery. He used some leaf juice to cover his entire body and smeared mud on his face. There were a few tree branches stuck on his back. After doing all this, Long Fei did not move. He looked at the deep hole in the valley in the distance, and from time to time, a red light flashed out. This is definitely a place where spirit fruit of heaven and earth are nurtured, and it's probably going to mature soon. He was waiting, because he had yet to see the guard divine beast. Moreover, he believed that when this kind of spirit fruit of heaven and earth was born, other demon beasts would definitely come to fight for it. He wanted to be a fisherman. He could only be a fisherman, but with his cultivation, he would only be courting death. One day passed. The guard divine beast still had not appeared. The contestant did not appear as well, causing Long Fei to be unable to sit still. The red light in the cave became even more intense, with rings on top of each other. The entire valley was filled with a strange fragrance, and just a slight sniff was enough to make people feel refreshed. The next day passed. It was the same, no guard divine beast had appeared. Long Fei thought in his heart, could it be that no divine beast found out? Or is there a guard divine beast inside the cave? The struggle and entanglement in his heart was like two people fighting each other. In the end, reason won, but he still held it in and lay down motionlessly. On the third day, dark clouds billowed in the sky, and thunder rumbled non-stop while the thunderclouds remained motionless above the valley. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down. A snake with two horns on its head charged out of the cloud layer. It then soared into the air and directly landed at the mouth of the cave. Damn, flood dragon! Long Fei was shocked. This damn absolute monarch sanctuary is a level 9 peak demon beast. They could even be called divine beast. I wouldn't know if they came or not, but they almost scared me to death the moment they arrived. It had 4 claws and a horn on its head. Its body was like a snake's, and it hadn't yet fully evolved. If it were to evolve another step, it would be a dragon. It definitely wanted the spirit fruit of heaven and earth in the cave to break through its shackles and turn into a dragon. The moment the flood dragon descended, the earth shook and the mountains shook as a white light flashed out from the cave. When the white light fell onto the ground, a snow-white white wolf stood at the entrance of the cave, emitting some light rays from its body, as if it was a shining weapon in a game. At this moment, the flood dragon and white wolf looked at each other. Deafening thunder rumbled continuously in the sky, as if the two of them were fighting with mind. Long Fei lowered his body even further. He was extremely calm in his heart. He looked at the system and discovered that their bodies were glowing with a gold light. Boss. In the game, only bosses would emit a golden light. Gudong. Long Fei swallowed his breath and prayed excitedly. Let's start quickly. He couldn't wait any longer. Maybe because of Long Fei's prayer, the flood dragon suddenly attacked and a water-type attack was released. A huge wind blade in the shape of a half-moon came slashing down. The white wolf was not afraid. There was a shield on its body, the shield covering its entire body. After that, it suddenly leaped, flew into the air, and opened its mouth to bite the dragon's head. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. The two peak demon beasts fought intensely, causing the earth to shake. All the demon beasts within a radius of thousands of kilometers ran out, afraid of being drawn in. To Long Fei, it was simply a battle between gods. The slightest force could grind him into powder. They fought from day to night and from night to dawn. They fought non-stop for an entire day and night. The scales on the flood dragon's body fell, and there were scratches everywhere. The white wolf's body was drenched in fresh blood and wounds were everywhere. No one had managed to gain anything from this one day and night of fighting. Long Fei was alarmed. Hoo 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 hoo. Hoo 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 hoo. Both the dragon and White Wolf were breathing heavily, feeling extremely tired. Long Fei was still lying in wait. Once they gained enough power, they could kill him. At this moment, buzz! A red light burst out from the cave. The red light pierced through the mountain and soared into the sky. The spirit fruit has ripened. Long Fei frowned. He knew that the time for the victor to be decided had come. Boom! The flood dragon suddenly moved, exploding forth with all of its power, and directly attacked the White Wolf. It couldn't wait. The White Wolf was the same, it couldn't wait either. After the spirit fruit of heaven and earth matured, there was only a short time to pick it, and if it missed the time, it would fall to the ground and turn to ashes. Wow! The White Wolf ferociously roared and heavily clashed against it. At this moment, the flood dragon's body suddenly split into two. Illusion beast? Long Fei was shocked. He then suddenly rushed out and shouted, "Its true body is on your right side." The White Wolf seemed to understand what was going on. It turned its body and slapped down with its two claws. Hiss! The dragon suddenly moved, it screamed in pain, then opened its mouth wide and bit down on the White Wolf's body. "Awoo!" The White Wolf let out a scream as well, and he bit down. The two peak demon beasts bit on it tightly, neither of them letting go. An opportunity! Long Fei used all of his strength to run in front of the two big bosses. He took a quick look at their health, and saw that the dragon's health was lower than the others. "I don't care. Let's kill you first." Toading skill. Long Fei immediately released his toading skill, and used it this time. His body fell to the ground and suddenly crashed into the flood dragon's jaw. The flood dragon's teeth fell off and it let out a blood-curdling screech. At this moment, the hidden attack of the toading skill was triggered. Bind him. Shwa! The flood dragon's body suddenly shrunk. Its internal organs had all been destroyed by a single burst of energy, and the remaining blood had all been used up. Its huge body fell down, its two lantern-like eyes stared straight at Long Fei, and died with grievance. At this moment, the system sounded out. Long Fei tightened her chrysanthemum and released her striking energy value. Go berserk. Ding! Chapter 6 Great Explosion. Chapter 6 Great Explosion. Ding! The sweet sound of a system beep could be heard. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Level 9 Flood Dragon, for obtaining 100,000 experience, 10,000 true chi points, and 1 energy values. Congratulations to player Long Fei for consecutively leveling up to Level 5. Current level, 2 War Master. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Level 9 Flood Dragon Blood. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Wind Attribution Demonic Core. Do you wish to fuse them? Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Illusion Attribution Demonic Core. Do you wish to fuse them? Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Water Attribution Demonic Core. Do you wish to fuse them? Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Dragon Salyer technique. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Holy Artifact, Dragon Salyer, incomplete. What do you mean explosive? What was berserk? The heck? Long Fei's blood was boiling. This feeling was too great, too wonderful, it was simply too wonderful to describe. He leveled up 5 levels consecutively and directly became a Level 2 War Master. After obtaining the 3 types of demonic core, these demonic core were all at the peak of the 9th level. However, the 3 attribute demonic core S were still lacking when compared to the divine skill Dragon Salyer technique. However, all of these added up together didn't feel as good as the Holy Artifact and Dragon Salyer. Weapon: Dragon Salyer rank, Holy Artifact, incomplete, weight, 13,000 gene damage. SSS rank description: the Holy Artifact S that kill demons have 200% attack power against evil beings, 500% attack power against dragons, Comes with a dragon slaughter strike concealing technique, activation rate 1%. A raging dragon was coiled on the back of the saber. The blade was pitch black, and its blade was as sharp as snow. The hilt was engraved with a dragon pattern, and its entire body exuded a domineering aura. Who could contend against such a thing? It was not a blade at all, but an angry dragon roaring. However, the beauty of the blade was that it was broken, only half of it remained. This was because it was incomplete. However, to have such attributes just from being incomplete, how powerful would it be if it were perfected? It was hard to imagine. Ding! Trigger hidden quest. Mission: repair the dragon salyer. Mission level: S. Quest time limit: 1 year. Task reward: 1 million experience points, 10,000 true chi. Increase the dragon slaughter strike's activation rate to 10%. The secret of the dragon salyer. First clue of the mission: Nangong Imperial Clan. Damn! Additional rewards? It actually triggered a hidden quest, and it's an S-class one. This is the sound of you waking up, ha ha. Long Fei was so excited that he was about to go berserk. Everything had happened too suddenly. It made him feel as if he was dreaming. Looking at the dragon salyer in his mind, the idea moved, wanting to take it out to play. Ding! My wrist is not strong enough, I can't use it. I'll go. Long Fei was annoyed. He looked at the dragon salyer S and saw that their strength had reached 99 points. He only had 50. When can I use this? No, I have to level up quickly. The dragon salyer S are the treasures of my Long family. With this guy, I want to see who in the Long family would dare to fart in front of me, to be disrespectful to me, kill him with one slash. The dragon salyer disappeared from the Fire Glass Mountain range, and for thousands of years, the Long family did not manage to find it. However, the reverence the disciples had towards the dragon salyer never disappeared, and it was instead because they lost even more respect. It represented the ancestors, it represented the legacy. Now that he had found the dragon salyer, he was the master of the Long family. The dragon salyer could not bear it, so Long Fei moved. Cultivate. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for training Dragon Salyer Technique. Skill Path: Dragon Salyer Technique Grade: Divine Level Damage, S Class. Description: The Dragon Salyer Technique has 7 forms. The skin, tendons, bones, blood, spirit, soul and slay will all be released at the same time. Each form will accumulate a layer of blade energy and can unleash 500% of the Dragon Chop damage when accumulated to the 7th level. Description 2. Dragon Salyer Technique combined with Dragon Salyer, damage increased by 2-fold. Awesome! Looking at the attribute of the Dragon Salyer Technique, Long Fei could only say the word, awesome. Next, Long Fei had completely fused the 3 demonic core wind attribution, illusion attribution, and water attribution. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for increasing your comprehension of wind attribution by 10%. Congratulations to player Long Fei for increasing your comprehension of illusion attribution by 10%. Congratulations to player Long Fei for increasing your comprehension of water attribution by 10%. It was not much, just an increase of 10%. However, do not underestimate this 10%. As long as Long Fei cultivates these 3 types of cultivation techniques, their power would increase. His training speed would also increase, and his defense towards these 3 types of attributes would increase by 10%. Berserk, this is too cool. Long Tian gave a comfortable moan. This kind of feeling was enough to explode. It was also at this moment. The white wolf stared at him, causing Long Fei to feel a wave of pressure. He immediately recovered and saw the white wolf looking at him with a begging gaze. At this time, after bleeding profusely from the bottom of the white wolf, Long Fei looked at its stomach and said with a face of shock, "It's really giving birth to a wolf cub." After fighting with the flood dragon for an entire day and night, the white wolf had sustained serious injuries and even moved its birthplace, causing it to have a difficult time giving birth now. The white wolf looked at Long Fei, then looked at the cave again. Long Fei asked tentatively, "You want me to use the spirit fruit to save you?" The white wolf nodded, then shook its head and looked at its own butt. Long Fei asked again, "You want me to save your child?" The white wolf immediately nodded. Long Fei did not hesitate and said to himself, "For so many treasures to be able to be dropped, even the dragon Salyer had to thank you for them. I will help you obtain them." If not for the white wolf, Long Fei would never have been able to kill it and reveal so many good things. He was a grateful man. After rushing into the cave, the spirit fruit of heaven and earth was glowing with a red light. It had matured completely, and it was the right time to pick it. Long Fei quickly took it off, and did not use the system to check the attributes of the spirit fruit of heaven and earth. He was worried that he would not be able to endure the temptation. As he ran out of the cave, the white wolf was already on the verge of death. His entire body was drenched in blood. Xiao Bai Lang's entire body was wrapped in a blood film. If he struggled slightly, he was also on the verge of death. "Save! Save! Save my child!" The white wolf's resounded in Long Fei's mind. There was only one spirit fruit of heaven and earth, so Long Fei could not help but ask, "What about you?" The white wolf still said, "Save! Save! Save my child!" Even if spirit fruit of heaven and earth gave it to her, she wouldn't be able to live. In order to protect her child, she had given up her chance to live. This was motherhood. Long Fei decisively picked Xiao Bai up the wolf, and cleaned off the blood on his body, allowing the spirit fruit of heaven and earth to enter his mouth slowly. The white wolf looked at Long Fei and laughed, "Thank you." Then, her body stiffened and she died. At this time, after Xiao Bai wolfed down the spirit fruit of heaven and earth, he miraculously recovered and licked Long Fei's arm, nestling into Long Fei's embrace. A strand of idea entered Long Fei's mind, "Master." Instantly, the system sounded out. Ding! Chapter 7 Divine Beast Xiao Bai. Chapter 7 Divine Beast Xiao Bai. Another notification rang out. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the war pet Little White Wolf. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for activating the war pet system. You have received 100 experience and 10 true chi points as a reward. War Pet, Little White Wolf, Young, Rank, Divine Beast Description, possesses the unparalleled power of the Wolf King and is capable of summoning packs of wolves for its use. I'll go. Divine Beast, his mother is also only a 9th level demon beast, yet he is a divine beast. Is it because of the spirit fruit of heaven and earth? Long Fei was shocked. It was extremely difficult for a level 9 demon beast to advance to a divine level demon beast. When Little White Wolf was just born, the spirit fruit of heaven and earth that he had swallowed had directly leveled up to become a divine beast. The strength of this spirit fruit of heaven and earth was simply too strong. However, luckily, Long Fei did not eat it greedily, otherwise, his current cultivation level would not be able to withstand the energy of the spirit fruit of heaven and earth and would directly cause his body to explode. Little White Wolf snuggled in Long Fei's embrace, sound asleep sweet, completely letting Long Fei go in front of his mother. Long Fei also smiled faintly as he muttered to himself, "From today onwards, you are my Long Fei's brother. I will take care of you for the rest of your life." He said to the mother of White Wolf, "You can go now. I won't let anyone bully Little White Wolf." Bullying the divine beast? How many people in this world could bully divine beast? Even if he didn't bully anyone, he would still burn incense. Of course, Little White Wolf was still a baby, so even if he had a divine beast's rank, it would still be useless. He needed to grow, and just like Long Fei, he needed to break through and level up. Long Fei placed Little White Wolf into the war pet space, and curled his body, continuing his deep sleep. Upgrade, upgrade. Let's upgrade everything that can be upgraded. The most important thing was still to level up. If he wanted to pick up the Dragon Salyer, the only way was to level up. Only with level increase would he be able to raise his wrist strength and pick up the 13,000-pound Dragon Salyer. Boom! Toting skill, strangle him. Bam! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Iron Beetle, for obtaining 90 experience, True Chi +9, Energy Values +1. Dragon Salyer Technique. First move, Skin Opening. Using the rod as a blade and instigated by the True Chi, he chopped down with the rod, heavily striking the body of a demon beast. At the same time, a layer of blade chi that could only be seen by Long Fei was accumulated on the rod. That demon beast's skin and flesh was cut open, and it was instantly killed. Ding! Proficiency +1, huff. Long Fei sweated profusely. His entire body seemed to be exhausted. The Dragon Salyer technique exhausted all of his mental energy and physical strength, the True Chi, but its injuries were simply off the charts. No matter what, I have to keep cultivating. The higher the skill level, the greater the damage. Pain and happiness. Long Fei continued to kill. As his cultivation increased, he started to kill secondary demon beasts. Every time he made a move, he released the basic sword art. Then came the toting skill, followed by the Dragon Salyer technique. The proficiency's skill improved bit by bit. 5 months later. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Currently level 5 War Master. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up to level 8. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up to level 2. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up to level 1. Several notifications sounded consecutively. Long Fei looked at them and was secretly excited. Your damage have all increased, haha. Among the younger generation disciples of the Long family, who would be able to fight against me, a level 5 War Master? It's time for me, Long Fei, to take revenge. After coming out for more than half a year, Long Fei's mind went back and forth about what happened in the Long family every day. The dragon spirit blood vein was stripped off by the mysterious expert. The entire Long family was changing him, suppressing him, mocking him and pushing him aside. Even a servant like Li San dared to bully him. Furthermore, he was laughed at by the other noble disciples in Fire Glass City. These scenes kept repeating in his mind. In this half a year in Fire Glass Mountain Range, Long Fei had been telling himself every day that he had to desperately cultivate, fight his way back, and make those who had mocked him kneel down and sing of conquest. At night, Long Fei lit up the bonfire, baking the demon beast meat. A burnt fragrance spread out, sprinkling some salt and pepper. Goo goo! Little White Wolf was snuggled up to Long Fei. His 2 eyes drooled as they stared at the grilled meat on the grill, not even blinking. After 5 months of growth, Little White Wolf's level did not increase at all. However, he had gotten fatter due to Long Fei becoming chubby. All right, Long Fei said as he prepared to take down the barbecue on the fire. Suddenly, a white shadow flashed beside him. He grabbed the piece of roasted meat with his mouth, bit on it, and swallowed it. He didn't feel any burning sensation at all. After eating, he wagged his tail, looked at Long Fei with his 2 big eyes, and laughed. Master, I want more. You glutton! Good things are not for you to eat like that. You have to taste them bit by bit. Little White Wolf nodded fiercely. Long Fei laughed faintly, and then carried the second piece of roasted meat. The weight of the roast meat was even heavier than his body. Long Fei was really curious how Little White Wolf managed to eat it, and where did the roast meat go? He still had the same stomach. Divine beast? In my opinion, he is simply a glutton divine beast. After continuously eating more than 10 pieces of roasted meat, Xiao Bai was finally satisfied, and he ran to Long Fei's war pet space to sleep again. He would sleep after eating. What kind of wolf is this? He's just like a pig. Long Fei scolded as he raised his head to look at the night sky. There was a girl in his mind, Jojo. I wonder how you're doing. Jojo, wait for me. I'll be back soon. It was time to go back. Fire Glass City, the slums on the west side of the city. Reporting to the general director, Jojo, that girl is definitely in this slums area. She definitely knows where that trash, Long Fei, is hiding. A guard from Long family reported with another surname. Long Dayo's body was a little fat, but his cultivation was not low. He had reached the 8th-level warrior, and trained in a technique unique to Long family, his strength comparable to the 9th level of War Master's peak realm. Long Dayo frowned. Find Jojo for me. Long Fei, you piece of trash, actually dared to kill my nephew. Don't let me find you, or else I will make you beg for death. Fire Glass Mountain Range, dark clouds covered the moon. Suddenly, a deep voice resounded from the forest. Search this area. They're all under the effects of the sleeping incense. They definitely won't be able to get far. Little beauties of the Heavens sect, come out obediently. I will definitely treat you well, ha ha ha. Long Fei opened his eyes. Who? Suddenly, a cold sword rested against his neck. Don't say anything, otherwise I'll kill you. Chapter 8 I am willing to give myself. Chapter 8 I am willing to give myself. Long Fei was having a beautiful dream of bathing with 3 fairies. The moment he leaped into the pool, he felt a bone-chilling cold. Opening his eyes, he saw a cold sword placed around his neck. Immediately, the chrysanthemum in his body tightened. Don't say anything. I promise I won't talk. Long Fei immediately said. The cold sword was just at the artery of his neck. If he cut it down, his life would be gone. Even if he could keep his life, it wouldn't be good to leave a scar on his neck. Didn't you hear me tell you not to talk? The lady's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, her eyes staring straight at Long Fei, her cold sword trembling. Senior sister, what should we do? The people from the blood refinement sect are about to arrive. Another girl said anxiously. Her forehead was also covered in cold sweat, her eyes were blurred, and her body was slightly trembling. On her back was a younger woman. It was too dark to see their faces. However, judging from their voices, they were not bad. The woman called senior sister said in a low voice, We were hit by the blood refinement illusion smoke, and we only have less than 10% of our power left. If we go out, we would be discovered by people, and we would have to defend this cave to the death. We can only pray that they don't find us here. Another woman said, The people from the blood refinement sect ate people without even spitting out their bones. They specially refined their blood to raise their cultivation. If they caught them. As the woman spoke, she was so anxious that tears began to fall. This was only one of them. What they were truly afraid of was that the men from the blood refinement sect would tear their clothes and make them beg for their lives. That senior sister said, If we get caught by them, we will commit suicide. We cannot let them sully our bodies, and even more so, we cannot let them refine us into blood corpse. The junior sister nodded and prayed, If anyone comes to save us, it'll be fine as long as they don't fall into the blood refinement sect, and let me repay them with my body. Just as they were chatting in hushed tones, Long Fei's body moved slightly. He suddenly pulled back and immediately escaped from the cold sword. The senior sister was startled. Long Fei's speed was very fast. Adding that she only had 10% of her cultivation left, she couldn't react at all. By the time she reacted, Long Fei had already jumped to a safe distance. The senior sister moved her sword, pointed at Long Fei and said, It's best if you don't speak, and don't move about randomly, or else. Without waiting for her to finish, Long Fei laughed wickedly. Otherwise what? You have only 10% of your power left, and you still dare to threaten me? Long Fei hate being threatened the most. Long Fei. The senior sister stared blankly at him, as if she had heard of this name somewhere before, but then she said without thinking, "Even if I had only used 10% of my power, I could still have easily killed him." Not waiting for him to finish, Long Fei's body moved, instantly arriving behind her, locking her by the throat. He said, "Kill me? Who's going to kill who now?" The other woman followed suit. However, just as she stood up, she suddenly fell down. Her face was pale and a shadow appeared in her eyes. "Go. Release. Let my senior sister go." Before she could finish her sentence, she fainted. "Junior sister." The voice was loud, and a voice immediately came from outside the cave. "Senior brother, they are inside the cave." "Ha ha ha! Little beauties, this young master has come. Tonight, I will definitely treat you all with care." "Ha ha ha!" Laughter came from the forest. With a clang sound, the senior sister fell onto the ground and said to Long Fei, "I beg you, please kill me, kill us, I beg you. Kill women. This is not something that I, Long Fei, can do." There were no grievances. Long Fei was not a homicidal maniac demon, although killing people would grant him 10 energy values, but he had his own bottom line: those who deserve to be killed must be killed. He wouldn't kill anyone he shouldn't. "Men, go in and bring them out." As soon as his voice faded, the 2 blood refinement sect disciples strode towards the cave. Long Fei let go of the senior sister and grinned. "Damn it, disturbing my beautiful dream and bullying women. I, your father, cannot bear to see a man who bullies women and still uses such despicable methods." Long Fei walked to the cave entrance. The senior sister leaned on the wall, wanting to reach out to grab the sword, but she couldn't muster up any strength. Looking at Long Fei, who was at the mouth of the cave, she laughed bitterly. "If you can save us today, I'm willing to give my body to you." The consequences of falling into the hand of blood refinement sect would be too terrifying. It was so terrifying that she didn't dare to think about it. Her body would be tainted and toyed with by the disciples of the blood refinement sect one by one. Finally, they would refine her blood and turn her into a blood corpse. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but tremble. Long Fei turned around and smiled, then said to the senior sister, "You're the one who said this, don't go back on your words when the time comes." However, while he was speaking, that senior sister had already fainted. In that instant, the 2 disciples walked into the cave. Long Fei opened his bow with his fists. The power of the toting skill poured into his fists. "Get out of my sight." Bang! Bam! 2 muffled sounds rang out as the 2 blood refinement sect disciples flew out and crashed into a large tree. Their stomachs split open and they vomited blood. Dead. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing blood refinement sect disciples for obtaining 200 experience, 20 true chi and 10 energy values. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing blood refinement sect disciples for obtaining 200 experience, 20 true chi and 10 energy values. 2 punches, instant death. Senior brother, there's an expert. The blood refinement sect disciples quickly retreated. The senior brother's expression turned sinister as he said faintly, "In the blood refinement sect's business, it is best for those unrelated to scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. F*CKU. You're welcome. I want to see who's the one that's being impolite." Long Fei cursed. The blood refinement sect's senior brother flew into a rage as he took a step forward. His steps were as heavy as 1,000 kilograms. With every step he took, there was a series of tremors, and blood evil power appeared in his palms. The moment they entered the cave, a palm struck down, die. However, his palm struck nothing but air. The moment he stood in the cave, he was slightly shocked. No one. There seemed to be something wrong with the ground. When he saw it with confidence, he was shocked. A big toad? Huh! Ah! Long Fei's body shot out like a cannonball, heavily smashing into the stomach of the blood refinement sect's senior fellow apprentice, sending him flying. Rumble! The senior brother fell to the ground. He had never seen such a technique, turning him into a toad, and never thought that he would be ambushed instead. He felt waves of pain in his abdomen. With great difficulty, he stood up with a pale face and said, "You dog, if you dare to go against my blood refinement sect, just state your name." "Register. Let me think." Long Fei muttered, "Your father is called Zhuge Jianxiang. If you have the ability, then go to your father's Zhuge mansion. If you cannot, then scram." Zhuge mansion? One of the great 4 heaven pillars of Fire Glass dynasty? The senior brother's abdomen was hurting more and more, his entire body was covered in cold sweat, and he said solemnly, "Zhuge Jianxiang, I will remember, just you wait." "Let's go." Finished. The blood refinement sect disciples quickly retreated. "TCH, what era is it now, yet you're still announcing your name? Only a fool would announce his name." As for why he said Zhuge Jianxiang's name, he couldn't really tell. In any case, this fellow in his memories was not a good person. Chapter 9. He who lives is not better than the wolf. Chapter 9. He who lives is not better than the wolf. Cough, so fragrant. It smells so good. What's that smell? In her sleep, the smaller woman mumbled to herself, and her stomach began to growl. In the end, he couldn't help it anymore. He opened his eyes and stretched his arms. His slender arms were as white and flawless as 2 scallions. "I slept very comfortably, then." Her eyes stared blankly for a moment. "Didn't I get hit by the blood refinement art? Why am I here?" Seeing his 2 senior sisters, he immediately got up and ran over to them. He shook one of them and said, Senior Marshal Sister, wake up! Wake up! We've probably been captured by the blood refinement sect." The 3 words, blood refinement sect, were filled with fear, and it had deeply affected their mental state. He woke up in an instant and his body slightly curled up. The eldest senior sister quickly picked up the cold sword and looked at the cave's environment. She let out a long breath and said, "Little junior sister apprentice, you have to scare me to death. This is the cave we hid in yesterday." "Huh! Was it the cave he hid in yesterday?" The little junior sister apprentice scratched her head and said, "Why don't I remember?" Second senior sister said, "Of course you don't remember. Before you entered the cave, you fainted. Was it not me who was carrying you all the time?" The little junior sister apprentice immediately rushed forward and kissed second senior sister heavily on the cheek. "Second senior sister has treated me the best, hee. What happened last night?" The second senior sister pushed the little junior sister apprentice away and looked at the eldest senior sister as she reminisced in her mind. "I still remember that there's a kid in the cave, right?" The eldest senior sister nodded. After thinking for a while, her head hurt a little. She said, "Before I lost consciousness, I saw him standing at the entrance to the cave. He seemed to be protecting us. I wonder how he is." Little junior sister apprentice came over and asked, "Kid, what kind of brat is he? Is he a handsome guy?" "Wow, a hero saving a beauty. How could I miss such a passionate, good show? I'm so hateful. A hero saving a beauty. Have you all promised yourselves?" The eldest senior sister looked at the second senior sister and laughed. "Junior sister apprentice, what did you say last night?" The second senior sister teased him. "When I was unconscious, I also heard you say something like that. I really want to see what that brat looks like. If he's a handsome guy, then this young miss will also betroth her body to him. The 3 sisters will marry the same man, hee. The eldest senior sister and second senior sister glared at each other, and the little junior sister apprentice immediately no longer dared to speak carelessly again. The eldest senior sister said, "I wonder how he is. The people from the blood refinement sect are vicious. I think he. What smell is it so fragrant?" Second senior sister's stomach growled as she continued to run for the whole night. Her stomach was already growling from hunger. The little junior sister apprentice swallowed her saliva and said, I can smell it too. It's so fragrant I can't even stand it. I'll go out and take a look first. Xiao Bai, slow down. It's hot. Long Fei hurriedly said as he watched Xiao Bai wolf away a piece of roasted meat. Xiao Bai skillfully pulled out the roasted meat. Just as he was about to swallow it whole, he saw a slim and graceful girl standing at the entrance of the cave. She looked to be about 15 to 16 years old. She wore a white dress and had a peaceful expression on her face. His eyes were watery, and his clothes were even better. A standard beauty. Immediately, Xiao Bai's eyes shone, his pupils turning into a heart shape. He instantly jumped over and stood in front of the girl and gave her the barbecue. What a cute puppy! The girl's heart was in a flurry as she directly carried Xiao Bai. Hearing the voice, Long Fei turned to look and was secretly shocked. Damn, there are so many beauties in this world. There's another super beauty? Wait. There are 3 super beauties. The small one is the lowly type, the second is the youthful and beautiful type, and the third is the mature Onizen type. My God, every one of them is much more beautiful than the so-called goddesses or celebrities in my previous life. Long Fei was a little confused, and immediately thought of what they had said last night. He was secretly happy in his heart. My blissful sexual life is about to come, it's too sudden. After chasing the disciples of the blood refinement sect away last night, he hadn't returned to the cave and instead went hunting for demon beasts, preparing for breakfast. Thus, Long Fei hadn't entered the cave after dawn, and now he was somewhat regretful. No, he was extremely regretful. With his vulgar personality, if he knew that it was these beauties, wouldn't he be called Long Fei if he didn't take advantage of them? However, it was different now. Long Fei pretended to be serious and smiled faintly. You're awake? It's him. Little junior sister apprentice immediately stared at Long Fei from head to toe. Her eyes were completely red, and didn't have any hint of how Long Fei felt. He looks average. Sigh, he isn't the handsome guy from the legends. It seems like the heroes aren't all handsome men. The little junior sister apprentice said with disappointment. Then she said to her 2 senior sisters, Senior sister, just a little, it's better now, since I'm in bed with the lights on and I can't see anything. Stupid girl, what are you talking about? The big senior sister twisted the junior sister apprentice's arm and bowed to Long Fei, saying politely, Thank you, young hero, for saving me. Long Fei immediately said, Why should I thank you for saving my wife? That's not right. Long Fei immediately changed his words and said seriously, To be loyal to the hero, saving millions of girls is what this young master should do. I do not need to thank you. Besides, the 2 ladies said that last night. Long Fei had not finished speaking. The 3 girls gathered around, tearing up the roast meat, and discussed, What a cute Xiao Bai dog, too cute. This roast meat is not bad, I've never eaten such a fragrant roast meat before. Aya, does this Xiao Bai dog know how to roast meat? They had ignored Long Fei. As if he didn't exist, he just stood there dumbly, watching as Xiao Bai rubbed his wolf against the 3 sisters' chests. With a face full of bliss, he looked like a little pervert. Moreover, what was even more unacceptable to Long Fei was that the 3 girls were still enjoying it very much, taking turns to hug Xiao Bai Lang, while letting him rub their chests, especially the eldest senior sister's Jade Mountain. Long Fei hated that he couldn't just say to them, Let that wolf go and come at me. However, it was useless. He interrupted several times and was ignored. He was suffering so much. Since he had no choice, Long Fei could only roast the meat by himself. The meat had only just been roasted by Xiao Bai, but it had already been snatched away by him. He had to fawn on the 3 girls, causing Long Fei to want to cry yet have no tears at all. What kind of fucking world is this? It's too heartbreaking. I really want to become Xiao Bai Lang. Not as interesting as a wolf, Long Fei said bitterly. No matter how bitter the suffering was, the meat still had to be roasted because He hadn't eaten a single piece of meat after roasting a dozen or so pieces of meat. He was really hungry. Chapter 10 I'm Back. Chapter 10 I'm back, I'm finally full. It was almost noon. It was only Long Fei's turn to push the 3 women and 1 wolf until their stomachs bulged. Hey! Be our bodyguard and send us back to the Fireglass City, okay? Little junior sister apprentice said without any trace of politeness. Long Fei glanced at her and said, "The people from the blood refinement sect have already left, what are you afraid of? Just walk back yourself, why do you need my protection?" Liar. After saying that, she whispered, "They are all liars." The eldest senior sister also walked over and said, "There is still some blood refinement art left in us. Although we will not be unconscious, our cultivation will not be able to recover completely in a short period of time. I hope young hero can escort us back to Fireglass City." Second senior sister also said, "Young hero, just let the good person do it to the end." At this time, even Xiao Bai was biting the leg of Long Fei's pants, looking at him with misty eyes, asking him to help the 3 girls. It had truly been raised for half a year. Long Fei had wanted to refuse. However, the system sounded out. Ding! Trigger mission. Escort the 3 Heaven Sect sisters back to Fireglass City. Mission level. B. Task reward, 10,000 experience, 1,000 true breath points, 1 set of Huang level 3 desolate blade. You triggered an escort mission? Long Fei exhaled, and could only helplessly agree, and said, "All right." He thought to himself, "Anyway, it's better for me to return to the Fireglass City." As soon as his voice fell, the 3 girls immediately became happy. They carried Xiao Bai and started playing with him again, and then he continued to ignore Long Fei's existence. Xiao Bai was the same, completely intoxicated by their bodies. The little junior sister apprentice giggled. "I really can't bear to part with Xiao Bai, otherwise I wouldn't need his protection." Long Fei was speechless. However, since he had accepted the mission, he would complete it. He also wanted to return to the Fireglass City as soon as possible, but suddenly realized, the only person who was good to him in this world was Jojo. After traveling for half a month, he finally walked out of Fireglass Mountain Range. After half a month of contact, the feeling of Long Fei's existence was extremely small, and he was already used to it. The 3 girls were beautiful, but they were all disciples of the Heaven Sect. He knew the power of the Chao Tian sect. It was stronger than even the Fireglass dynasty. Simply put, the Chao Tian sect was an aristocratic school. The gathering place for the most talented was filled with experts. Even if he was a member of the Long family from the 4 Pillars, he would still have to pass many tests to get in. There was a branch of the Heaven Sect in Fireglass City. The 3 women were here to recruit disciples next spring. Half a day later. West Gate of Fireglass City. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for completing the escort mission. The reward is 10,000 experience, 1,000 true breath points, and a Huang level 3 desolate blade. Alright. Farewell. Bye. Take care. Bye. Long Fei was anxious to return home as soon as possible, so he didn't want to stay any longer than necessary after completing the mission. The 3 girls were stunned. They looked at each other, wondering if their charm was not good enough. Why did this man want to leave them earlier? Women are the strangest creatures, scornful of her good, unattractive to her bad. The eldest senior sister took out an order badge from her chest pocket and said, "This is the Heaven Sect's order badge. You can come and find me at the branch if you have anything to do. You can also use this order badge to participate in the selection of the Heaven Sect without needing to participate in the audition." The token of the Heaven Sect. This was an extremely precious item, one that even the noble sons of the palace could not obtain. If there was something to take, Long Fei would naturally not reject it. After receiving it, he said, "Thank you. Xiao Bai, let's go." With that, he left without even looking back. The three girls were stunned on the spot. Who is it? Does he not know what the Heaven Sect token means? Humph, it's definitely an earth leopard. The little junior sister apprentice said angrily. The eldest senior sister smiled and said, He might be in a hurry to leave, let's go. Second senior sister muttered to herself, His name is Long Fei. I keep having the feeling that I've heard that name somewhere before. Second senior sister, the moment he left you, he started to think about him. You're thinking about spring. The little junior sister apprentice teased. Second senior sister immediately flew into a rage. Good little girl, you're actually joking with senior sister. See if I teach you a lesson or not. Big senior, save me. Just like that, the three girls continued to play around with each other. They slowly forgot about what had happened in Fire Glass Mountain Range, and their fear towards the Blood Refinement sect slowly faded away. However, they didn't know that people from the Blood Refinement sect had arrived at the Fire Glass City before them. However, they were not here to deal with the Heaven sect, but to find Zhuge Jianqiang. At the Hibiscus Restaurant, one of the most famous restaurants in Fire Glass City, Long Fei did not immediately go to the slums to look for Jojo, but instead came here first. Moreover, he was hungry as well. After eating grilled meat for half a year, he also wanted to change his taste. He ordered a private room and a table full of dishes. Just as Long Fei was about to start eating, the door to the private room was pushed open, and a young man dressed in luxurious clothing walked in followed by two bodyguards. Didn't I see wrongly? It's indeed the Long family's good-for-nothing, Long Fei. The young man mocked. Long Fei, you have been hiding for half a year. You have finally returned. The young man's name was Long Ao. He was the youngest son of the Long family's great clan elder, Long Zhanwu. It was once because Long Fei had the dragon god's blood essence legacy and his innate talent was above him, that he was unable to raise his head up. Ever since Long Fei had been crippled, Long Ao had rapidly risen in power, becoming even more powerful against Long Fei. It could be said that he had beaten him once, and the last time was when he knocked Long Fei out. Long Fei sneered and said, You better get the hell out of my way, don't disturb this father here eating, if not, I'll let you crawl out from here. How dare you? A bodyguard immediately shouted. Long Ao's expression changed as he sneered. You think you're the great genius of the Long family? You are but a broken piece of pubes now. Before he could say the word thing, Long Fei's figure flashed. Puh! With a slap, Long Ao fell to the ground with a loud sound. The 5 finger marks on his face could clearly be seen, and his cheek also quickly became red and swollen. Long Ao was startled. He could not react at all. The 2 bodyguards looked at him, and Long Ao roared out, What are you looking at? Why are you still not going up, Ao? It's so painful for me. The 2 bodyguards immediately rushed forward. Pa! Pa! After another 2 slaps, the 2 bodyguards were the same as Long Ao. They fell to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Long Fei returned to the table to continue eating. Long Ao did not dare to say another word. In half a year, he felt that his cultivation had improved quickly enough to become a level 8 warrior. However, he did not even know how Long Fei made his move. The difference was too great. And then, Long Ao had sneakily tried to crawl away, but his head was stepped on by Long Fei and he said, You want to slip away? Long Ao smiled apologetically. Didn't you tell me to crawl out? I'm crawling. Long Fei stomped his foot hard and directly stomped Long Ao to the ground and said, Carry out the accounts. The anger in Long Ao's heart burned hotter, but he did not dare flare up and thought to himself, When I return to the Long family, I will definitely teach you a lesson, Long Fei, just you wait. After Long Fei finished packing the hibiscus bun, he walked towards the slums. Half an hour later, Jojo, I'm back. Long Fei walked into the courtyard. He realized that no one had cleaned the place for a long time, and his heart sank a little. Something happened? An old granny at the door said carefully, "Miss Jojo was captured by a group of people a few months ago. Dragon dazzling. You're courting death." Instantly, Long Fei was infuriated, because someone had touched his reverse scale. Chapter 11 Lawless. Chapter 11 Lawless. Long Diao, get the hell out here. The moment he rushed into Holy Dragon Mansion, he immediately let out a loud roar. Long Fei's temper rose. The few guards at the gate shook slightly and one of them whispered, "Isn't that the great trash Long Fei? Didn't he leave the Fire Glass City? Why is he back?" Before he could finish, "Puh!" the palm landed on his face, and he instantly turned into a dead dog lying on the ground. Long Fei's gaze turned cold and he snorted, "You dog, is it possible for a servant like you to call this young master by his name?" His voice was filled with a domineering aura, shocking the several guards of the Long family. One must know that the guard who was previously a level 2 War Division realm was slapped unconscious by Long Fei. After half a year of not seeing her, Long Fei was no longer the same Long Fei from before. Isn't that trash Long Fei? Why is he still alive? Pa! How dare you hit me, Long Fei? How dare trash like you attack me, Pa! With another slap, he fainted again. The Holy Dragon Mansion was very big. Whether it was the disciples of the Long family or the servants of the Long family, as long as they dared to call Long Fei a waste, they would all be put on the ground. "Long Fei, what are you planning to do? Is he trying to barge into the Holy Dragon Mansion? Long Fei, stop right there. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." At this moment, 2 rows of the Long family's troops, both dressed in armor, walked in an orderly manner, all holding Dragon God's steel spear, and pointing it at Long Fei. The leader was a small leader, Long Shan. He was not a member of the Long family, and the surname Long was given to him by the Dragon family's grand ancestor. He was one of the soldiers that followed him in battle, and due to his outstanding achievements, he was given the surname Long by the grand ancestor. Long Shan was considered one of the top younger generation, reaching War Division realm of the 4th level. Long Fei frowned. "Long Fei? How can you call this young master by his name? Long Shan, as the Long family's Imperial Guard, you don't differentiate between the primary and the secondary. You have great guts to call the young lord by his name." Long Fei bellowed and immediately suppressed Long Shan. Everyone in the Long family knew that Long Fei was the young master. It was the successor personally identified by the Grand Elder in the Ancestral Hall. No matter if it was when he became trash or now, Long Fei was the future master of the Long family. As a Long family's Imperial Guard, he had to be respectful. To address him by his name was a great disrespect to the young master, and a disrespect to the Long family. However, in this past year, who took Long Fei seriously? Who would still think that he was the young master of the Long family? No one. Long Shan and his Imperial Guards were the same. Even though Long Shan knew in his heart that it was wrong to call Long Fei by name, the Long family's future should not end up in the hands of a wastrel. "You are not worthy, you are not qualified. Long Fei, you better calm down a little. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Long Fei laughed and then laughed coldly. "I am not worthy, am I? All right then. Your elder will know what qualifications are today." As soon as he finished, bang bang bang, goo goo, Long Fei suddenly leaped, spread out his 4 limbs, and then heavily laid on the ground, letting out a quack sound from his throat, like a big toad. Around his body, the dust and dirt were blown away by the force released from his body. Long Shan's face turned sinister as he disdainfully said, pretending to be mysterious. Before he could finish speaking, Long Shan's vision blurred. When he looked carefully, he realized that Long Fei had already disappeared. Whoosh! Walala! Long Shan's eyes were wide open in anger. Before he could react, his body was sunken in, His internal organs were rolling, blood was rolling in his throat, and a mouthful of blood was gushing out. He screamed out in pain, "Ah!" Bam! The impact sent Long Shan flying dozens of meters away. His body smashed into a wall, and the wall caved in like a spider web. The true breath was activated. "Bind him!" Long Fei bellowed. "Ah!" A wave of energy from Long Shan's abdomen stirred his internal organs, causing them to clench together. It was extremely uncomfortable, and he repeatedly let out miserable cries. His face was pale, and he was sweating profusely. He was in an extremely sorry state, and he didn't look as arrogant as before. Long Fei said coldly, "Is that enough?" The muscles in the corner of Long Shan's eyes trembled as he roared, "Attack!" There were a total of 16 people in 2 rows of the Long family's army. Long Shan gave his order, and the 16 dragon god's steel spears pointed at Xiang Longfei at the same time. Long Fei squinted his eyes. "You are just servants of the Long family. To dare point your weapons at your master, I shall give you one chance to live. Get out of my way." Their voices were like thunder, exploding in the hearts of the 16 people. Their bodies were trembling. Long Fei was the young master, and it was disrespectful for them to deal with the young master. They looked at Dragon Mountain. However, at this time, Long Shan had already fainted from the intense pain of strangling. This was because the toting skill only used 3 levels of strength. If he used his full strength, he would already be dead. Everyone was scared. One of them opened up a path, and the others also opened up a path. The current Long Fei gave them a very unfamiliar feeling. Even that genius Long Fei was not as terrifying as him. The aura being released from his body was extremely dense and overbearing, to the point where they were almost unable to breathe. "Very good. You can still live." Long Fei coldly snorted as he left in large strides, not even bothering to turn his head to look at them. If they had dared to stop him just now, Long Fei will kill them. He was the young master, the Long family's young master. Apart from the Grand Preceptor, everyone else dared to disrespect him and break the Long family's rules. Waste for a year. After being bullied for a whole year, no one in the Long family thought highly of him. Now that he had returned from the Fire Glass Mountain range, they were all prepared. Who wouldn't accept this? Until he submitted. Not convinced yet? Kill. He wanted to destroy those who were unconvinced. He wanted to be the young master of the Long family. Looking at Long Fei's departing figure, the Dragon family's imperial guards looked at each other and asked softly, "Is that Long Fei? How strange, why is it completely different from before?" "You should call him young lord." Right, young lord." In half a year's time, that genius young master came back again. He was arrogant, overbearing, and arrogant. The feeling he gave others was simply too great. If strength was king, then the strong would be respected. After defeating Long Shan with a single move, the explosive aura, power, and the disposition of a king made them feel a sense of subservience. "Father, you must punish him well. It's best if you kill him." Long Ao covered her red and swollen face, and begged while crying, "If Long Fei is still alive, he will stop you from ascending to the position of the Long family's patriarch. He is the Long family's shame, and cannot be allowed to live." Long Zhanwu's forehead turned sinister. It was also at this moment. A servant anxiously ran in. "Patriarch, something's wrong. Long Fei has rushed in, no one can stop him." Long Ao's body suddenly trembled in fear, and then he shouted, "Long Fei, you still dare to behave atrociously in the Long family, you're dead today." Long Zhanwu's face was filled with anger, and he said, "You dog, you're really going against the rules? Where is he?" The servant said, "They've gone in the direction of Chief Eunuch Long's courtyard." Chapter 12, Extermination. Chapter 12, Extermination. The Long family took up a large amount of space. It was extremely large, just like a huge manor. How could one of the 4 pillars be a small family? If not for the fact that there were still memories in his body, Long Fei would really have lost his way. However, he quickly found Long De Yao's courtyard. Clang! Long Fei kicked the courtyard door and it flew away. He stood at the entrance and shouted, "Long De Yao, get the hell out here right now! Where did this bastard come from? How dare he behave so atrociously in Chief Steward Long's courtyard? Men, beat this vicious dog out of here! You dare to behave atrociously here, you're courting death!" The courtyard was huge, and a man who looked like a steward shouted loudly. Next, 5 or 6 servants rushed out with long sticks in their hands. One of them seemed to have realized something and said, "Isn't he Long Fei?" The little steward raised his eyes and sneered, "Big trash Long Fei? Ha ha ha! I've been looking for you for half a year, but you actually delivered yourself to my doorstep. Men, come and beat me to death. Evil slave! Ignore the young lord, insult the young lord. Sin, die!" Long Fei said in a low voice. They did not understand. The head steward sneered in disdain, "You are going to die today. If you dare to touch the nephew of the general director, you should have died a long time ago. Charge!" Long Fei stepped out of the 5th rank as a teacher and released. He activated the power of the toting skill and punched out with his right fist. Bam! The head of one of them moved, and half of his body was sent flying back more than 10 meters. He fell to the ground, blood gushing out from his wounds. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Evil Slave for obtaining 90 experience, True Breath plus 10, Energy Values plus 10. Congratulations to player Long Fei for receiving 50 silver. The others' faces turned grim. With a murderous glint in their eyes, they all pounced forward. Bam! 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 Each punch contained the full power of the opponent's attack. Since they had looked for him for half a year, this also meant one thing. Jojo was captured by them, and when he thought of this point, the fury in Long Fei's heart was completely uncontrollable. Fist blast. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Evil Slave for obtaining 90 experience, True Breath plus 10, Energy Values plus 10. Congratulations to player Long Fei for receiving 30 silver. Ding! Every time someone was killed, a prompt would sound out. Very good. Facing someone who deserved to be killed, Long Fei would never be merciful. To be able to kill with a single punch, he definitely would not use the second move. After a few minutes, all 6 slaves fell to the ground, blood flowing out from their wounds. Long Fei slowly walked towards the evil slave manager and coldly said, "A lowly servant actually disregarded the young master and insulted the young master. Plop! Spare me, please spare me, please spare me." The head steward knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. It was all instructed by the great general. "It's none of my business." Long Fei asked coldly, "Where is Long De Yao?" "The Long family's back mountain, where the prisoners are held. He went to interrogate Jojo. He wants to know your whereabouts, hurry up and go. That little girl Jojo is almost unable to hold on any longer. Long Haochen is going to be tortured." Cluck, cluck. Long Fei clenched his fists tightly, causing cracking sounds to come out from his joints. His eyes were bloodshot, condensing a cold killing intent. He turned and kicked the evil slave butler out. Bam! Like a shot from a soccer ball, he curved his way into the hall and sat on the teacher's chair. His entire skeleton was broken and he died a miserable death. Ding! A notification sounded. Long Fei quickly rushed to the back mountain of the Long family. "This is crazy. Crazy, you dare to kill people like that, Long Fei. Today, even if you have 10 heads, it won't be enough to kill you." Not long after Long Fei left, Long Zhanwu and his team rushed over. The scene of Long De Yao's courtyard dripping with blood was too tragic to bear to look at. "Where did he go?" A servant tremblingly replied, "They went to the back of the mountain." Long Zhanwu's eyes slightly narrowed and said in a deep voice, "Inform the Long family's law enforcement hall, tell Long Zhanya to bring some people to the rear mountains, I will teach him a good lesson today." "Yes, sir." A guard hurriedly left the room. Long Ao smiled proudly. "Long Fei, prepare to die." Long Zhanwu thought, "Long Fei, you asked for this yourself. Your dragon god blood essence has already been extracted. If you were to become the Long family master, it would definitely be a shame for the Long family, and you, as a trash, aren't even worthy. I have to let the Long family continue on. If you become the Long family's patriarch, you will only bring destruction to the Long family, and even the Long family will not lose face as the trash patriarch." At this moment, the Long family was in chaos as the law enforcement hall made their move. The Long family's army had also made their move. However, the back of the mountain was completely unaware of everything. It was incomparably quiet. At the back of the Long family's mountain, there was a cave. This was a place where the Long family was imprisoned for violating family rules, or where they punished their servants. Long Fei never thought that Long Dayao would actually keep Jojo locked up here, and the person who goes in would at least lose a layer of skin, even if they don't die. Hearing the evil slave manager's words, Long Dayao even started to torture Jojo. This made Long Fei even more furious. "Long Fei, you can't enter here. You can't." Bam! Bam! The two guards blocked Long Fei's path, and were knocked out in 2 punches from him. Long Fei did not want to waste time with them. He stepped into the cave and quickly rushed in. At this moment, at the very bottom of the cave, in an empty space, on the rack, Jojo was covered in blood, her hair was in a mess and her breathing was weak. Blood continued to ooze out from his fingers and joint. It was clear that he had just been pinched, and his hands were trembling non-stop. He was in so much pain that he couldn't even make a sound. He was sweating profusely and his body was trembling. "Jojo, you just need to tell me where Long Fei went and you won't need to go through all this torture," Long Dayao said coldly, his voice filled with anger. From the look in his eyes, he was losing his patience. Jojo didn't say a word. He had used all the torture methods in the past half a year of interrogation. He couldn't understand why a maid would risk her life to protect a trash. Because they grew up together? Just because Long Fei was good to her? Or was it something else? He was very clear that no one could resist his methods, but the maid in front of him made him lose his patience. He coldly said, "You won't say anything, right? All right. Then go to hell. I'll find him anyway. I'll send him to hell with you." As soon as he finished, Long Dayao moved his palm, and a black baleful chi appeared in his palm. He said coldly, "I will make you die a cruel death, ha ha." A palm slammed down. But right at this moment, a gust of wind blew from his back. Voila! Long Dayao's eyes widened and he instantly retracted the killing intent in his hand. He turned around and shouted, "Who? Your ancestor!" Boom! Toting skill shot out, colliding with Long Dayao. Long Dayao, 8th-level warrior realm, his strength had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the Battlemaster. His reaction was extremely fast, and in an instant, his hands sank as he blocked Long Fei's attack. His body also jerked in an instant as he leapt a few meters away. As he focused his eyes, the corners of his mouth revealed a sinister and proud sneer. "Long Fei? You delivered it yourself." Chapter 13 Dragon Chop. Chapter 13 Dragon Chop. In the blink of an eye, Long Haochen moved his hands, throwing a punch. Huff huff! His fist grew wind, and all the power of the 8th-level warrior exploded outwards. Long Fei was not afraid. He pounced, laid on the ground, and turned into a giant toad. He released all of his energy, and the chi on his body swirled up like a wave of air. His forelimbs moved. Buzz! His body bounced back. His figure was like a bolt of lightning, cutting through everything and rushing towards Long Haochen. At the same time, The true breath in his body was activated. Humph. Trash is trash. After not seeing you for half a year, you're still trash. You're still delusional enough to want to fight me. You're courting death. With a look of contempt, Long De Yao formed two fists into a palm. Boom, boom, boom. The two energies formed into force and pounced towards Xiang Longfei. Bang bang. Long Fei withstood the attack, directly breaking through the two energies, and fiercely crashed into Long De Yao's abdomen. Long De Yao tried his best to resist. Bind him. The power of the toting skill suddenly changed, and spiraled into Long De Yao's body. Long Fei also followed this opportunity and flew out. Buzz. Long De Yao's body issued a muffled sound of impact. His face secretly turned malevolent, revealing a pained expression. You dog, God-tier cultivation technique. Pfft. He spat out a mouthful of black blood, and the gloomy and cold expression on his face became even more sinister. Long Fei laughed coldly. That's great. You dog, you think that you can beat me after cultivating the divine-level cultivation technique? Long Haochen's voice suddenly changed, and a black baleful aura emanated from his body. Demonic art? You're from the devil sect? Long Fei's mind trembled. He finally understood why Long De Yao was monitoring him and had been looking for him this whole time. He initially thought that it was Long Zhanwu's arrangement. But from the looks of it, that wasn't it at all. This Long Haochen was definitely from the demonic sect hiding in the Long family, so why did they want to capture him? As for this point, Long Fei had yet to figure it out. Long Haochen revealed a sinister smile. You are indeed worthy of being the former genius of the Long family. Now you're afraid, right? Kneel down and beg for mercy. I will leave you an intact corpse, Jojo said with his last breath. Young master, don't worry about me, you better hurry up, he's crazy. Leave? Can he leave? Long Haochen said confidently. Long Fei retracted his fists and said, Since you are a member of the devil sect, then there is no need for me to worry. While they were talking, he moved his right hand and took out the desolate splitting blade. Ha ha ha! You dare to take out a mere yellow-rank Xian weapon? Long De Yao laughed mockingly. At the same time, his figure moved, directly merging with the black baleful qi, and with a cold voice, he shouted, Long Fei, kneel down. As soon as his voice faded, a skeleton claws suddenly grabbed Xiang Longfei's head. Open the skin. The desolate blade moved, Long Fei slashed down. Ding! Gather a layer of saber qi. After that, Long Fei moved as fast as lightning and locked onto Long De Yao's body. He continuously slashed with his blade, tendon break, bone splitting, blood severing, spirit opening, soul shake, slay. Every time he made a move, a system notification rang out. The amount of blade energy accumulated. The Dragon Salyer technique was released, and every single slash was extremely savage. After the third slash, Long De Yao's black evil aura was completely shattered by Long Fei's desolate blade. The last 4 slashes forced him into a corner, his hair scattered in a bun. His entire body was covered in knife marks, as if he was about to be chopped into pieces. He was in an extremely sorry state. It was also at this moment. Long Zhanwu's angry voice came from outside the cave. Long Fei, I order you to come out immediately. Long Ao also proudly shouted loudly, Trash, come out and die, ha ha. Ah ha ha. Long De Yao's forehead was filled with cold sweat. He never thought that Long Fei was already this powerful. In just half a year, he had changed so quickly. His cultivation level was actually not his match. Moreover, the 2 types of skills that Long Fei had cultivated with were too powerful. He had never seen anything like them before, especially the later parts of the blade technique. Blocking 3 slashes was already his limit. The other 4 blades hacked down on his soul in the same way. It was incomparably uncomfortable. However, hearing Long Zhanwu's voice, he immediately became excited and shouted loudly, Great clan elder Long Fei has gone mad. He wants to kill me. Quickly come and save me. Come in and save me. And then, Long Diao said to Long Fei proudly, Long Fei, you think you can kill me? Ha ha ha. When Long Zhanwu comes in, he will only see you trying to kill me and will not know that I am a member of the devil sect. You will die under his hands. You must know that in the Long family, the one who wants you the most is him. Ha ha ha. Once you die, my goal will be achieved. Ha ha ha. You have already finished the sword technique, and you still have to practice it. There's no time at all. Ha ha ha. Long Fei kill me? You deserve it. Ha ha ha. Everything was going according to his calculations. Long Diao laughed complacently. In his opinion, Long Fei could not kill him at all. Wouldn't know that he was from the demon sect, and killing a Long family's general director was not a small crime. In addition, the Long family scoffed at Long Fei, and would definitely not be forgiven. He could live on with ease. Everything was perfect. However, he completely did not understand that the current Long Fei was no longer the Long Fei of the past. When his temper flared, even if it was in front of Long Zhanwu, he would still kill him. Long Fei sneered and said, I can't do anything to you, right? Long Diao said with a smile, Your blade technique is indeed amazing, but can you kill this daddy here? Long Zhanwu is about to come in, and you'll just have to wait to be brought away by the law enforcement hall. Ha ha. Laugh. Long Fei's arm was trembling, his desolate blade was trembling, as though it could not withstand the dragon Salyer technique's energy. Even the air itself was trembling. The cave trembled. Long Diao's expression turned cold and his face paled as he asked, Long Fei, what are you planning to do? For what? The corner of Long Fei's mouth curled up, revealing a death god's smile. I'll take your life. Dragon chop. Poochie. Rumble. Rumble. The 7 layers of saber chi condensed into one, forming the half-moon saber chi. The half-moon saber chi was released. Shwa, shwa, shwa. A gust of wind swept the ground. He wildly slashed out. It was not just a layer of saber chi slashing, but more than 100 layers of saber chi slashing out crazily. It was as if the autumn wind had swept the leaves. Bam! A slash landed on Long Houchen's body, instantly killing him. He didn't even have the chance to retaliate. The second slash followed. Third slash, fourth slash, fifth slash. It was constantly being released, and the entire cave was filled with an unstoppable sword aura. The scene was extremely shocking. Boom! A loud sound echoed out. The 100th slash was unleashed. At this time, there was not a single bit of flesh left on Long Diao's body. All of it had been turned to powder. Dragon Salyer technique was berserk and domineering. The dragon chop that was merged together after 7 slashes was even sharper than before. You don't dare to kill you? Can't kill you? Is it good now? Long Fei exhaled, the idea moved and said excitedly, Explode for me. The system beep began to ring. Chapter 14, Magic Repair System. Chapter 14, Magic Repair System, Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Devil Sex Dragon Diao for obtaining 1000 EXP, 100 True Breath Points, 10 Energy Values Points. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the 9th level of the Profound Ranked Nether Demon Flame Technique. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Blood Sea Devil Sect Medallion. Congratulations to player Long Fei for receiving 1000 silver. The system's voice just sounded out. Long Fei was a little depressed, he muttered. Is this all I got? It's not as bad as always being a frog. What a disappointment. He was not finished. The system beep sounded again. Ding. Congratulations to the player Long Fei for triggering the demonic training system. Do you want to start cultivating magic? Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei 4 triggering points system, huh? 2 systems dropped? Long Fei was shocked. He immediately checked the system. Demonic Cultivator System. Players could change their cultivation body once a day, which would require 1,000 points each time. In short, as long as Long Fei confirmed that he was able to cultivate the demonic training system and turn himself into a demonic cultivator, he could, of course, only after gaining 1,000 points. Next, magic cultivators also needed 1,000 points to convert it back. However, if the devil body was injured, then so was the exchange. When the devil's cultivation broke through and was converted back, the original body's level would also break through, which was the level. True breath and techniques were all shared. In addition, cultivating the devil also had the benefits of cultivating the devil. The demonic cultivation method could increase the damage a sect disciple could do, and vice versa. Only after confirming that he had cultivated in the demonic arts could he start cultivating in the demonic arts. Duo cultivation? Long Fei did not even think about it. The idea moved, and immediately confirmed. Cultivate! Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for activating Demonic Cultivating System, for obtaining 100 experience points, 100 true breath points, and 100 points as a reward. In the future, I will be a righteous man in front of the sect. I will punish evil and exterminate evil, killing evil and foreign cultivators as my duty. In front of the demon sect, I am a berserk demon, who have specially killed those hypocrites, and am practically reaping the rewards from both sides. The striking systems are simply too satisfying, ha ha ha. Long Fei couldn't stop laughing in his heart. Whether he was in a sect or a demonic sect, he would be able to flourish in the future. More importantly, he was able to enjoy the resources of two places. That was the most important thing. And then, Long Fei checked the point system. He didn't know whether to look or not, but after looking, he was scared to the point of peeing. Integral system. Description: killing an ordinary disciple of a sect will result in a reward of 10 points. Killing an ordinary disciple of a devil sect will result in a reward of 10 points. Description 2. Obtained points from completing the quest. Points are dependent on the difficulty of the quest. Description 3. Forge a superior pill, carve out a superior formation, refine a superior mystical weapon, and subdue a superior demon beast. You can even get points. Description 4. Items such as magical equipment, spiritual equipment, cultivation technique, and war pet can all be exchanged for points. Description 5. Activating points exchange, points lottery. As long as you have enough points, you can exchange for what you want together. Oh my god! Long Fei was completely shocked by the points system. With this awesome points system, doesn't this daddy have what I want? Wait! Let me see what kind of goods can be exchanged for. Long Fei opened the trading column. Dragon Blood, Great Net Elixir, Experience Elixir, Teleportation Formation, Fire Unicorn, Tautai. Holy shit, there's still the Soul Flag, Linglong Treasure Pagoda, Buddha Palm Technique, Panga's Clone. Damn, it can actually be exchanged for the 9 Heaven Fairy to fight for. I can't take it anymore. My heart can't take it. Long Fei's heartbeat accelerated in a straight line and his blood boiled. He almost couldn't take it anymore. Every single thing was a good thing, and to the gods' martial continent, they were all divine-ranked treasures. It was too tempting. However, Long Fei looked at the trading points. His entire being was stunned. 1 portion of dragon blood, trading point requirement. 80,000 points, Delu Elixir. A long string of zeros made Long Fei feel a little powerless. F***ck your grandpa. Did you come up with something to tempt your father? Long Fei was instantly displeased. He wanted to pull out the system to give it a good beating. Every item was good, but the points required for each item was shockingly high. The heck? This was too darned. Initially, he was extremely excited, but as though he had fallen into a hole in the ice, he felt as though his life had lost all meaning. Under his curiosity, Long Fei thought, let's see how many points this dragon salyer is worth. Looking through the system, Long Fei's mouth formed an O shape, and he was unable to recover his wits. He had to count for a full 10 times before he could clearly count the long string of zeros. To think that it could actually be counted with 80 million points, that's too awesome. If we can completely repair the dragon salyer, wouldn't it need to break a few 100 million? Gudong. Long Fei swallowed his saliva heavily. Suddenly, I realized that I was too awesome, ha ha ha. It feels so good. It was also at this moment. Long Fei, get out here right now. His voice was filled with rage. Long Fei's eyes tensed up, and he immediately scolded. F***ck, I'm calling you grandmother's breasts. Zhang Xian suppressed the agitation in his heart. He anxiously walked to the rack and carefully removed Jojo's injuries. Seeing her on the verge of death, the anger in her heart roiled, wishing that he could pull Long De Yao out from hell and kill him 100,000 times to vent. Long Fei hugged Jojo and said, it's fine, I'll bring you home now. Jojo curled up in Long Fei's embrace, sensed Long Fei's warmth, breathed Long Fei's aura, and was unable to feel the pain from her body. She only felt happiness and felt that she was the happiest woman in the world. It was unknown if it was because of happiness or because she was too tired, but she fell into a deep sleep in Long Fei's embrace. Long Fei looked at Jojo, who was in his embrace, and said with a gentle smile, what is the little girl thinking about? It's so sweet. However, the feeling of hugging a woman was really good. Moreover, if it was a woman as beautiful as Jojo, Long Fei's feelings were even better. In his heart, he placed Jojo in a very important position. Such a beautiful woman should be happy and alive every day. Long Fei laughed. Dad, could he have died inside? That's right, Manager Long is a 8-level warrior ranker. He easily killed Long Fei. Even Manager Long hasn't come out. What's going on inside? The few of them whispered to each other. Long Zhanwu said slightly, where is the law enforcement hall? Long Zhanya walked over and said, here. Long Zhanwu shouted in a low voice and said, go inside and search and bring Long Fei's dog out. Yes, sir. Long Zhanya's eyes moved. A few disciples of the law enforcement hall quickly rushed out. It was at this moment. Long Fei held Jojo as he stood at the entrance of the cave and arrogantly said, you don't have to go in to pick me up, I'm coming out myself. Her gaze was directly fixated on Long Zhanwu. Long Zhanwu's body released an extremely strong aura, which was extremely strong. This was an aura that only war chief rankers would be able to release. Long Zhanwu's eyes turned sinister. Without saying a word, he bellowed, capture him! Chapter 15 Talk about qualifications with me? You think you are worthy of it? Chapter 15 Talk about qualifications with me? You think you are worthy of it? His voice was like a thunderclap. 2 groups of Forbidden Army immediately rushed forward, surrounding Long Fei in an instant. I want to see who dares. Long Fei sneered and directly called out his name. Long Zhanwu, you don't have the qualifications to capture me. What kind of identity are you, an elder of the Long family, and what kind of identity do you have? They did not place Long Zhanwu in their eyes at all. Long Zhanwu frowned, his fists clenched tightly, releasing the invisible anger, and said, Long Fei, you ignore the clan rules, injured the Imperial Guard, and killed the Long family's servants. Now, even Long De Yao has been killed by you. You are guilty of heinous crimes. Anyone from the Long family can definitely offend you. Talking about qualifications with me? You think you're worthy? Long Ao laughed complacently. Long Fei, just obediently kneel down and admit your mistake, ha ha. Long Fei said unhurriedly, Long Zhanwu, let me ask you, What is the punishment for insulting the Long family's young master and the future Duke of Divine Dragon? Long Zhanwu's face froze. Long Fei continued, the Imperial Guards have stopped the young master of the Long family. What kind of crime is this, to attack the young master? Long Zhanwu's face sank again. Long Fei asked again, as a servant of the Long family, you framed the young master, and captured my servants. The cave entrance suddenly quieted down. Being questioned by Long Fei in 3 rounds, Long Zhanwu actually could not answer. Who was in the law enforcement hall was also slightly shaken. Looking at Long Fei, he felt that he was no longer the Long Fei from before. However, this was the domineering and arrogant attitude that the young master of the Long family should have. Then, Long Zhanwu did not give up and said, you can forget about everything else, but as a disciple of the Long family, even if you're the young master, you have no right to kill him. Only the Long family's law enforcement hall was able to enforce the law. Long Fei was also aware of this. Without waiting for Long Zhanwu to finish speaking, Long Fei laughed. Do you see me killing Long Diyao? If you didn't see it, then please shut up. Understand? Ka. Long Zhanwu's expression became somewhat sinister. He was angry. He was furious, but he couldn't find a place to vent it out. He could feel the change in Long Fei as well, that Long Fei was indeed the young master, and insulting the young master was a serious crime that could be punished with death. However, he was unwilling to let Long Fei go just like that, and he did not want to miss this great opportunity. Long Ao said from the side, Father, don't talk so much with him. Let's kill him first. Long Zhanwu's forehead turned sinister. It wouldn't be difficult to kill Long Fei, but he wanted the people's hearts, the Long family's people's hearts. If he didn't give a reasonable reason to kill Long Fei, even if Long Fei was a trash, he would still be criticized by others, and it would affect his ascent to the position of patriarch. Furthermore, the Long family wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. If he did not make a good step, he would be doomed forever. Long Zhanya stepped forward and asked, just now, Long Diyao's cry for help came from inside the cave. Since he hasn't come out yet, he should be dead? Long Fei asked, may I ask what Long Diyao's cultivation level is? Long Ao took the initiative and said, I know about this. Peak Realm Dragon Manager. Long Fei said, then may I ask, who is stronger when compared to me? I killed him? Do you think that's possible? He asked. Long Zhanya also became silent. A difference of a small realm was impossible to pass, let alone a pubis that had shattered, its tendons and veins congealed, and Long Fei, whose dragon blood had been sucked out, was even more so not a match for him. But everyone had heard it very clearly just now. Long Fei laughed. Since the law enforcement hall does not believe, we can send people to check inside to see if there are any corpses of Long Diyao. Without waiting for Long Zhanya to speak, Long Ao stepped forward and said, I'll go check it out. Walking to Long Fei's side, Long Ao said complacently, Long Fei, when I find the corpse of Manager Long, prepare to die. Pa! As soon as he finished, Long Fei slapped him across the face. You actually dare to threaten young master, you're looking for a beating. Long Ao fell to the ground immediately. His face was red and swollen. He screamed in pain. Father, he hit me! Huff! Long Zhanwu took a deep breath, narrowed his eyes, and said solemnly, Go in and search. Hit his son right in front of Long Zhanwu. Arrogant. Long Zhanya had a deeper understanding of Long Fei, and thought to himself, even if it was the Long Fei of a prodigy period, he would not dare to do something like this. His cultivation has become stronger. Long Ao held onto his cheek, and rushed into the cave with a few guards. Half an hour later, Long Ao walked out dejectedly, and said in a low voice, We didn't find the corpse of Manager Long, there's nothing at all. At this moment, Long Fei laughed playfully. Uncle Zhanwu slandering the young master, this is a heavy crime, seeing as you are an elder, I will not care about it. Next time don't make such a mistake, okay? Finished. Hugging Jojo, she said softly, let's go home. He walked away without taking a single glance at Long Zhanwu and the others. It was really dangerous just now. The war chief's aura on Long Zhanwu's body is too strong, I actually couldn't take it. Long Zhanwu did not immediately leave the cave. Instead, he walked into the cave and examined it. He believed that Long De Yao was definitely inside, and that he had definitely died by Long Fei's hands. He was also accompanied by Long Zhanye. Saber Qi. Such a violent and tyrannical blade Qi, otherwise it would not have created such a small crack, and this was not even created by a single blade Qi. Long Zhanye said in shock. Long Zhanwu looked at a thin crack on the wall, his eyes sinister as he muttered to himself, concentrate all the blade Qi at one point, with this level of accuracy. This power is definitely not something an ordinary person can control. Long Zhanye's face was ice-cold as he said, Big brother, it seems like our young master trash has become stronger. Long Zhanwu exhaled, his fists clenched tightly, and muttered to himself, so what if I become stronger? There is no aura of dragon blood on his body, and he is just a piece of trash. The aura of dragon blood. Only the main disciples of the Long family could have such an aura. It is the standard to judge your position in the Long family, and also the standard to judge the talent of the Long family's disciples. There was no aura of dragon blood on Long Fei's body. In other words, he hadn't recovered yet. As long as he didn't have the aura of the dragon blood, he would still be a piece of trash. He absolutely could not allow a person without dragon blood essence become a divine dragon marquis, because, once Long Fei became the divine dragon marquis, the entire Fireglass City would laugh at the Long family. The Long family was a useless master, but there were no more dragon god warriors who had existed for 10,000 years. He couldn't let this kind of thing happen, but the courage that Long Fei displayed today and this violent and overbearing blade aura caused shock in his heart, and it took a long time before he could calm down from the shock. Actually, with Long Zhanwu's strength and his right in the Long family, it was as easy as flipping his palm to get rid of Long Fei. He could have done it a year ago, but he didn't. Now, Long Zhanwu was regretting it a little. Long Zhanye asked, Big brother, what do we do next? Do you want me to? Long Zhanye made a throat-erasing gesture. No need. I need to kill him as a matter of fact. Long Zhanwu thought for a moment, then said, the matter of Long Fei's sudden increase in cultivation must not be spread out. The more words spread out, the worse it would be for him. Understood. Long Zhanye nodded heavily. Chapter 16. This is a gas bomb, right? Chapter 16. This is a gas bomb, right? I don't know why. It was as if what happened in the Long family yesterday had never happened. There was no news at all. The only change was, some of the servants, the Long family's forbidding army, would hide when they see Long Fei. I'm here to ask for a high-grade healing pill. Long Fei walked to the Long family's medicinal pills pavilion. Jojo's entire body was injured, and he needed to be treated with healing pills. When the manager saw that it was Long Fei, his expression turned cold, and then he coldly said, No. Long Fei was startled. Such a large pill warehouse like the Long family doesn't have any healing pills. King want to get beaten up, don't you? Hurry up and give me a set of healing pills. The supervisor clenched his teeth and said, Young Master Long, your monthly allowance has long been revoked by Elder Long. Not to mention healing pills, you can't even get one tael of silver, so stop making things difficult for me. Long Zhanwu. This old thing. Long Fei cursed. Seeing the steward who was slightly trembling, he flung his sleeves and walked out. He took a few steps and then stepped back. The steward trembled in fear and almost fell to the ground. Long Fei asked, What materials are needed to create a healing pill? Refined healing pills? The steward was surprised. Sky orchid root, 7 stars grass, iron lotus flower. Long Fei wrote down the names of all the materials. Then, he turned towards the street and gloomily said in his heart, Long Zhanwu, once I break through the war chief, I will come find you. Damn, he's also surnamed Long, I'll go. Long Fei did not dare to look for Long Zhanwu either. He was a war chief realm, and the aura being emitted from his body was enough to crush him to the point where he couldn't even move. Before he broke through the war chief realm, Long Fei wasn't willing to meet Long Zhanwu again. Thank goodness I trained in alchemy, Long Fei thought. Walking to a shop that sold medicinal pills, Long Fei asked, How much is a set of superior-grade healing pills? If he could buy it, it was better to buy it. The assistant said, 1,300 taels. F***CK. What about robbing? Long Fei was shocked. One set of pills was more than 1,000 taels of silver, and he only had more than 1,200 taels of silver on him. He couldn't even afford a high-quality healing pill. The shop assistant frowned and disdainfully said, I can't afford high-grade pills. You can buy low-grade pills. High-grade healing pills are only affordable for noble children. I think you. Do I look like someone who can't afford it? Long Fei did not wait for him to finish speaking before he slammed the 1,000 silver on the table. The assistant sneered. You don't have enough money. Long Fei glared at him and said, Do you want me to buy some high-rank healing pills? I'm here to buy some spiritual herbs. Sky orchid root, 7 stars grass, iron lotus flower. 1,000 silver for all these spirit grasses. The shop assistant was stunned for a moment before laughing mockingly. The spiritual herbs you bought were all used to concoct healing pills. Don't tell me you want to concoct your own pills? The moment his words left his mouth, countless people in the shop began to mock him. Alchemy? Not everyone could refine a pill. If anyone could use alchemy, then the pellets wouldn't be so expensive. Alchemy masters required talent. A fire attribute talent, control over fire. Only a martial artist with fire attribute talent would have the qualifications to become an alchemy master, but if they had the qualifications, they might not necessarily be able to become an alchemy master. Talent was extremely important, but money is more important. It was because grand alchemy masters required countless spirit herbs to accumulate. It was unknown how much money they spent to cultivate an alchemy master and how many spirit herbs they had to purchase to be able to cultivate them. Even a clan like the Long family, which was one of the 4 pillars could only nurture a yellow rank level 8 alchemy master. Becoming an alchemy master was simply too difficult. Even the imperial family had to curry favor with a high-grade alchemy master, and even the sect wanted to hire him at a high price. Laugh at your sister. Long Fei cursed in annoyance. What are you being long-winded for? Whatever I buy, you just need to take whatever I buy. The assistant slightly said, I am only reminding you, not just anyone can become an alchemy master. After saying that, he did not waste any more words and quickly brought out a large bag of spiritual herbs. He placed it on the counter and said, 30 portions each, take them away. This kind of low-grade spiritual herb was very cheap. However, it was also because of the low-level spiritual herbs that the success rate of refining pills was much more difficult. Good spiritual herbs could increase the success rate of medicinal pills, as well as their quality. Long Fei picked up the spirit grass and left. The assistant said in a mocking tone, You're welcome to come again next time. Long Fei turned his head to look at him, a ball of fire burning in his heart, and thought to himself, When I come next time, I'll definitely smash medicine in your face, F***CKU. On the way home, he bought a ground stall pill furnace and then hurried back to the thatched cottage. Young master, what are you doing? Jojo walked out of his room and watched Long Fei fiddle around in the courtyard. His face was pale, and his body was incomparably weak. Long Fei immediately stepped forward to support her and said, Jojo, I want to personally refine a healing pill to cure the pain on your body. Huh? Jojo was stunned. Long Fei said, You don't believe me? Jojo immediately shook his head, laughed lightly, and said, Jojo believes in you, young master, you are the best, no matter what you do, you will succeed. Heh heh. This is my good Jojo, you just stay here and watch. I will definitely concoct a healing pill to heal your injuries. Long Fei smiled confidently. Young master, actually, the injuries on my body are all right. Jojo did not want Long Fei to tire herself too much, so her alchemy was extremely taxing on her mental energy. Moreover, the wounds on her body, she couldn't say it herself, but she could feel a strange power slowly healing her wounds. She couldn't say it either. They were locked up for half a year. There must be a reason why she was able to live through the torture she faced every day. However, she didn't know, neither did Long Fei. No one knew. Long Fei laughed. Just wait for me to personally concoct the loving healing pill. Jojo's face reddened, and his imagination ran wild again. A few minutes later, Long Fei fiddled around randomly and released the alchemy technique. Bam! The pill furnace exploded. Long Fei's face was completely black, just like an African. Jojo felt his heart ache, but he still held back from laughing. Ding! Alchemy failed, alchemy technique proficiency +1, the system sounded out. Long Fei was dumbstruck. He turned and gave Jojo a silly smile and said, a mistake, it was all a mistake. Regarding alchemy, he knew nothing at all. Long Fei muttered, He's really not giving me any face at all. The first time he failed, and in front of a beautiful woman, he even did it. When the furnace was gone, he ran into the kitchen to take down the huge iron pot and scolded, I want to see how you will blow up the furnace. Jojo laughed again. Long Fei started his alchemy again. This time, the furnace did not explode, but instead made a noise as it turned into a ball of stinky air. Long Fei took a deep breath, his face red, his stomach rolling. He spat out everything he ate in the morning and continued to shout, Jojo, hold your breath, hold your breath. Jojo looked at Long Fei's funny appearance and laughed heartily. As soon as she caught a whiff of the stench, her face immediately turned red. Young master, this is a gas bomb, right? Chapter 17 Highest Grade Medicine Powder. Chapter 17 Highest Grade Medicine Powder. Once again, he was humiliated. Long Fei really wanted to find a hole to hide in, but he became even more unconvinced in his heart. I, Long Fei, want to accomplish something that no one can stop. Continue. The third time, he still failed. Fourth time, failure. Fifth time, failure. Then, Long Fei did not continue. Instead, he opened the system to check the attributes of the alchemy technique and started to ponder. Cultivation method. Alchemy technique grade. First grade yellow rank. The better the grade, the higher the success rate and the higher the quality of the pill. Proficiency. 9 out of 100. Suddenly, Long Fei suddenly realized, I finally know. What I need is not success, but the proficiency. As long as I raise the proficiency level up, I will be able to level up. The higher the level, the higher the success rate. What he needed to do now was to level up proficiency. It was just like a cultivation technique. The higher the level of a cultivation technique, the greater its damage. This was the same principle. Next, Long Fei's little universe began to erupt. It did not use all of the materials in alchemy, but specifically used a stalk of spirit grass to refine pills. Then I shall use 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 failures to accumulate the levels of my alchemy. Ding! Refinement failed, proficiency +1, ding! Refinement failed, proficiency +1, ding! Refinement failed, proficiency +1. The notification sound of failure continuously resounded in his mind. A failure is a success is his mother. If he fails, then so be it. Long Fei threw caution to the wind. Every time he would use a stalk of spirit grass to level up his alchemy, reducing his losses to the minimum. Jojo was a little confused, because Long Fei was too crazy, as though he had been bewitched. He continued to refine and fail. Ding! Proficiency +1, every time his alchemy consumed 1 point of true breath. This point of consumption was still something he could bear. From day to night, Long Fei did not eat at all. He took off the big iron pot and there was nowhere for him to cook. What did you say? Long Fei is at the alchemy? Ha ha ha. Just a broken waste of pubes like him wants to use alchemy? Long Zhanwu could not help but laugh out loud. After Long Fei returned home, he sent people to monitor them. Long Fei went to get the high-rank healing pills, to buy the spirit grass on the streets. He was completely aware of this. Tell me, how is his pill forging progress? Long Zhanwu asked. Then the guard said, from what I can see, young Master Long Fei doesn't have any innate alchemy. He blew up the pill furnace the first time, and used the poisonous gas the second time. He almost fainted himself because of it, and what followed after are endless failures, failures and failures. He could not understand. He really didn't understand it. Even someone without alchemy inherent skill wouldn't be defeated like this. Long Zhanwu laughed even harder. Long Fei, I thought you had changed into something different. I didn't expect you to be that useless trash who can't even support a wall. It was even more difficult for an alchemy master than it was for a martial arts training. Becoming an alchemy master was even harder than ascending the heavens. Long Zhanye could not help but laugh as well. Big brother, what exactly does Long Fei want to do? No matter what he does, he won't live long. Long Zhanwu laughed sinisterly. There is still 1 more month until the family assessment. At that time, Long Fei, this is your last month. Cherish it well. Long Zhanwu muttered to himself. Long Zhanye was slightly taken aback, then said, Big brother, you can't be thinking. Long Zhanwu said, That's right, I want to get rid of him in the clan examination. In the clan's test, life and death are determined, and with Long Fei's current cultivation, he will definitely die inside. Long Zhanye said, I don't have time. The acting clan chief Long Zhanhai is about to come out of seclusion in 1.5 months. I have to get rid of Long Fei before he comes out, that way I can use all of my strength to deal with him. The Long family should be in my hands. If it wasn't for Grand Elder's bias, why would it be Long Zhanhai's turn to take control of the Long family? Humph! Long Zhanwu was extremely unconvinced. Ding! Refinement failed, proficiency +1, late at night. Long Fei was still unceasingly cultivating his alchemy techniques, and had not rested at all. As long as his alchemy techniques finished cooling down, he would immediately release them. Ding! Alchemy technique upgraded, current level is level 1. It leveled up. Long Fei was secretly excited. He checked the attribute of the first level of alchemy technique and muttered, Level is not enough yet, let's go again. And then he threw himself into the embrace of Success his mother, and sprinted forward with all his might. Ding! Fail! Ding! Fail! Always failing. Early morning. Ding! The alchemy technique has been upgraded to rank 2. Huff! After cultivating with all his might for an entire day and night, Long Fei finally managed to raise his alchemy to the 2nd level. Looking at the remaining herbs, he still had 5 apiece. Long Fei's heart calmed down and his expression became serious. Level 2 alchemy technique, a night of failed experience, I can be considered to have started training. Alchemy has truly begun below. And then, Long Fei started to ignite the fire. The spirit grass was like a metal pot. The orchid root is of the Yin attribute. After being placed in, the attribute of the metal chain flower will become stronger, and then placed in. Long Fei was not idle after a day and night of failure. After failing a few hundred times, He had thoroughly understood the properties of these spiritual herbs. Now, he could say that no one knew the properties of these spiritual herbs better than him. Alchemy was not only about controlling the temperature of the fire, it was also about being able to clearly understand the attributes of the spirit herbs and the ratio of the spirit pellet. The fire was ignited. Boom! Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for successfully refining it. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for refining the highest grade medicine powder. You have obtained 100 experience, 100 true breath and 20 points as your reward. Ha ha! Highest grade medicine powder? Long Fei immediately checked it. Pills were also divided into good and bad quality. It was divided into 10 to 100% quality, and the highest quality pill was at least level 8. Pill, healing pill grade, grade 1 yellow pills, exquisite, true breath, 50 points chi and blood, 100 points Jojo. Long Fei shouted excitedly. He turned and looked, and realized that Jojo had fallen asleep while leaning on the doorframe. His peaceful appearance was truly lovable. Long Fei gave a slight smile and said softly, "Jojo, this young master has succeeded, hee hee. I'll refine more first. Pills are too important to me. To be able to replenish my true breath, my pubes is broken, and I am unable to comprehend or absorb the true breath. If I use up all my accumulated true breath, I will be unable to replenish them, and the pills will be able to make up for this weakness." The more he discovered the effects of the medicinal pellet on him, the more he was shocked. The remaining 4 parts were all successful. 2 top-grade healing pills and 3 high-grade healing pills. Long Fei left a set of highest-grade medicine powder for Jojo and then headed towards the street. Damn it, I will use pills to smash your face today. Chapter 18, Where did this earth leopard come from? Chapter 18, Where did this earth leopard come from? Zhao Er woke up very early. The magpie chirped on his roof. Magpie call, a good thing is just around the corner. It looks like I'll be able to receive a big order today. Zhao Er was so happy. The moment he opened the door, whoosh! A black object was smashed into his face. Because he was caught off guard, Zhao Er staggered backwards from the impact and directly fell to the ground, cursing angrily. Who is it? Who dares to behave atrociously in the Fengyuan Merchant Union? Fengyuan Merchant Union, one of the 10 commercial alliances. It was spread out in every corner of the gods' martial continent. The Fengyuan Merchant Union involved pills, herbs, magic weapon, spiritual treasure. Any profitable business involved. Although they were in the business world, they still had a lot of power and influence. In the gods' martial continent, anything could not be done without the support of force and influence. Although Zhao Er was just a shop assistant, he had always felt that he was not an ordinary shop assistant. Zhao Er's voice fell. Long Fei took a step forward and said, "It's this father. It's you." Zhao Er recognized Long Fei with a single glance and said furiously, "Then you must be tired of living." Long Fei laughed coldly and said, "Come, come, come. Let me see who is tired of living. Before that, you'd better pick up the pills on the ground and have a good look." Finished. Long Fei immediately sat on the chair used to receive distinguished guests in the shop. Why is there no tea? Is this how you treat distinguished guests? Zhao Er's face burned with rage as he picked up the pellet on the ground, thinking to himself, "I'll come take care of you later." He picked up the medicinal pill and carefully examined it. His brows secretly tightened as his heart thumped. High-grade healing medicinal pill? Then, Zhao Er retracted his anger and asked, "You refined this healing pill?" Long Fei said, "Could it be that you refined it?" Zhao Er was slightly angered and said, "So what if you can refine a high-quality healing pill? This is the pill shop of the Fengyuan Merchant Union. You'd better lower your arrogant attitude." Long Fei laughed. "I am used to being arrogant. I don't know what it means to lower my head. Didn't you laugh at me yesterday? Your elder has refined a healing pill today, why don't you show me your smile? Zhao Er's brows tightened. Someone who could concoct a medicinal pellet, and a high-quality healing pellet at that, must be using alchemy. Even if he was an associate from the Fengyuan Merchant Union and gave him 100 times the courage, he would not dare to offend an alchemy master. However, he sneered and said, "You said you refined it? Maybe you bought it from somewhere else. What is it?" At this moment, a 60-year-old man walked out from inside. The old man was in high spirits and his steps were swift like the wind. With a single glance, one could tell that he was an expert. Zhao Er immediately went up to greet him and said respectfully, "Old Lu, this person has come to our shop to behave atrociously." Lu Feng looked at the healing pellet in Zhao Er's hand and took a glance at it. His expression immediately changed as he turned and stared at Long Fei. "This is the healing pellet that you refined?" Long Fei's face tensed up, he nodded. "That's right." "Huff!" Lu Feng muttered. The quality, and imbued true breath, healing and recovery abilities are all high-ranked. He was also a alchemy master, so he saw more things than Zhao Er. Lu Feng looked at Long Fei and asked again, "Was it really cultivated by you?" F***ck. Long Fei said, I refined it, how many times do you want me to say it? Stop blabbering, name a price." He was in a hurry to use the money. Alchemy techniques are basically piled up with spirit grass. Without money, how would a spirit grass come by? Lu Feng did not hesitate and said, 3,000. Long Fei almost choked. 3,000 gold? High-grade medicinal pills were only sold for 1,300 taels, so he only sold them for 3,000 taels. It seemed that this pill was several times better than ordinary high-grade medicinal pills. Lu Feng said, "Too little." Long Fei said, "It's only 3,000 gold. I still have a healing pill with me, please give me your price." As he spoke, Long Fei handed the highest grade medicine powder over. "How much is this pill?" At first, Lu Feng did not believe that Long Fei could concoct alchemy, but after he received the second highest grade medicine powder, his expression shook, and his expression became extremely shocked. Even his hands were trembling a bit. "The quality of the pill is one of the best quality. How did you concoct this healing pellet?" Too excited. As he held Long Fei's hand, his face was filled with desire, as if he was a gay man. Long Fei quickly shook himself off and said, "I'm telling you, how can I possibly have anything to eat? Do you think that anyone can refine highest-grade medicine powder?" He wasn't an idiot, who would dare to reveal the secret of the pill. Then again, it took him a day and a night to figure it out. However, every single alchemy master was different. Even if Long Fei were to say it out loud, Lu Feng would not be able to do it that easily. "I'm being rude. Wait a moment, I'll be right back." Lu Feng's face was full of excitement. He took the healing pellet and walked into the room, and said to Zhao Er halfway, "Bring some tea, holy tea." Zhao Er was shocked. This was a tea that could raise true breath. Lu Feng's brows furrowed, and said, "Did you not understand? Shall I say it again?" Zhao Er immediately nodded. "I understand." Long Fei straightened his legs, crossed his legs, and hummed an unknown tune in his mouth. However, in his heart, he felt contempt. It's one of the 10 commercial alliances, not just a highest-grade medicine powder. You're scared to that extent, TSK? He then said to Zhao Er, "You elders won't run away with my pills, right?" Zhao Er handed over the holy tea, not daring to ridicule again. Disdain, replacing it, was a respectful, fawning smile, even more intimate than his father's. He said, "Don't worry, Elder Lu will definitely give you a satisfactory price." To cause Lu Feng to be so excited, he had never seen anything like this before. Long Fei picked up the tea and sniffed it, then gulped it down. Not bad, good tea. At this moment, his spirit was jolted. Ding! True breath value +10, huh? Long Fei did not know how to drink tea. He was just thirsty, but he never thought that it would increase the value of the true breath. He immediately said, "One more cup, no. Give me a pot." Zhao Er felt a wave of pain. The holy tea was worth 30,000 gold per caddy. The consumer could be very eye-catching and refreshing. It could also help with cultivation. Others were only sipping on it, but he was drinking it all in one gulp. It was such a waste of a precious resource. He had no choice. Zhao Er carried another cup. Long Fei disdainfully said, "F***ck, you are too stingy. A cup after cup is not enough. I already told you to brew a pot for me. Even if I can't finish it, I will take it with me and not waste it." After a day and night of using all his alchemy, the true breath had been completely used up. Zhao Er really wanted to die. He cursed in his heart, where did this earth leopard come from? Chapter 19 Long Zhanwu came to visit. Chapter 19 Long Zhanwu came to visit after finishing a pot of holy tea. Long Fei's true breath was fully filled. He patted Zhao Er's shoulder and said, "Lad, do you still have more of these tea leaves?" Zhao Er's eyes turned green. He shook his head like a rattle drum. There's no more, don't look any more, there's really nothing, you drank it all." Sigh. What a pity. I was thinking of packing some tea leaves to take with me. Long Fei sighed. Zhao Er's face turned green as he held his stomach. Long Fei asked, "What's wrong?" Zhao Er replied, "My liver hurts." It was also at this time. Lu Feng walked out with a face full of smiles. "Little brother, our pavilion master is very satisfied with your pills. You can offer a price of 5,000 silvers per pellet." Zhao Er walked over to Lu Feng's side and whispered, "Elder Lu, the holy tea you loved has been completely drunk by him." It wanted to be angry, but when he saw that Long Fei could not send it out, he forced a smile and said, "Little brother, you really know how to drink." Looking at the tea leaves on the table, he felt a pang in his heart. Long Fei laughed. "This tea is not bad, too bad you guys don't have it, why don't you pack it up and take it away?" Lu Feng's face darkened as if his body was unwell. Long Fei could not help but ask, "Elder Lu, what's wrong?" Lu Feng said bitterly, "My liver hurts." "Huh! Why does everyone's liver hurt?" Long Fei muttered and said, "Give me the money, I still have to go buy breakfast for Jojo." Lu Feng smiled merrily as he looked at Long Fei and said, "Little brother, we pavilion masters are extremely satisfied with the pellets you refine. I wonder which clan or sect you belong to. If you don't, our pavilion master wants to hire you to become a high-level alchemy master in our Fengyuan Merchant Union." Long Fei replied without thinking, "Not interested, my alchemy is just an amateur plaything." Amateur? Lu Feng really wanted to die. Amateur could refine top-quality pills, but he, who was a professional alchemy master, had never refined a top-quality pill in his entire life. Competing with someone else, he simply didn't need to live anymore. Most importantly, according to what Zhao Er had said, the boy in front of him, in just a day and a night, had become an alchemy master, and was able to refine top-quality pellets. Lu Feng did not want to miss this opportunity, and said, "Rest assured, we will not restrict your freedom. I'm really hungry. Why don't we talk about it next time?" Long Fei said, he was thinking that Jojo might be even hungrier, and when he thought about the hibiscus bun, he felt that he couldn't take it anymore. To make Lu Feng, the alchemist of the Fengyuan Merchant Union, beg for help, it was probably only Long Fei. The key was, Long Fei still did not appreciate it. Lu Feng had no choice but to say, "How about this, we will buy all of your pills, we will have priority on buying them, and give you a 20% discount on the Fengyuan Merchant Union's goods and spirit herbs. What do you think?" The holy tea had already been drunk up by Long Fei. If he couldn't earn it back from Long Fei, then he would really suffer a huge loss. Long Fei thought for a moment, then nodded. All right. He had made a killing this time. Just 50% of it was enough to save him a lot of time, and he still had to cultivate the refining techniques, the engraving formation, and the puppet technique. All of these would require a large amount of money to buy the materials. The Fengyuan Merchant Union would provide the materials and even offer a discount to buy them. It was simply too satisfying for Long Fei. Lu Feng's face was filled with excitement. He immediately took out a purple gold card and handed it over to Long Fei, and said, "This is a purple gold card issued by our Fengyuan Merchant Union. In the future, as long as you show it, it will give you a 20% discount." Following that, he then took out a gold card and said, "This is 10,000 taels of silver. 8,000 taels is for buying medicinal pills, and the other 2,000 taels can be considered as a small token of goodwill from our pavilion master." Long Fei kept the 2 cards without even looking at them. He smiled. "All right, then that's settled. If there's anything else, I'll be leaving first, bye." After which, he hurriedly ran out. Lu Feng and Zhao Er were completely dumbstruck. Zhao Er looked at Long Fei's disappearing figure and muttered, "Elder Lu, is he not shocked? That's a purple gold card. The Fengyuan Merchant Union has only issued 500 purple gold cards in the 5,000 years it was established. Did he not even take a look? I don't understand. I really don't understand." The price of the purple card in the black market was 10,000 spirit stones. This was something that ordinary money could not afford. Long Fei didn't even glance at it. Lu Feng was also at a loss. He did not understand, and said, "If he doesn't know what a purple gold card is, it is understandable, but if he knows that the purple gold card is still so, it can only prove one thing. He does not even put the purple gold card in his eyes, and does not even put the Fengyuan Merchant Union in his eyes. His identity may be so precious that we cannot even imagine it. If that's the case..." Lu Feng did not dare to think further. However, they would never have thought that Long Fei was really very hungry. Of course. As for the purple gold card? He had no idea. In the attic, a young lady wearing a veil looked at Long Fei's back and muttered, "In 1 day and 1 night, I will be able to refine top-quality medicinal pellets. If I can use it, I will be able to control the entire medicine market in Fireglass Dynasty." The power of the purple gold card was tremendous. This was the first time in the history of the Fengyuan Merchant Union that a low-grade alchemy master was gifted this easily. She was not betting on Long Fei's current state, but on Long Fei's future. Long family, a thatched cottage at the foot of the mountain. Jojo was conflicted for half an hour before she swallowed the healing pill that Long Fei left behind. She was worried about some kind of smelly bomb, but after consuming it, she realized that the wounds on her body were healing quickly. Even the injuries within his body were rapidly recovering, and they were extremely miraculous. Young Master succeeded. It really succeeded. Jojo was overjoyed. Not long after, Long Zhanwu arrived. Jojo's face darkened, and became a little afraid. Long Zhanwu glanced at the pale-faced Jojo and coldly asked, "Where did Long Fei go?" Jojo did not dare to look straight at Long Zhanwu. He lowered his head and said with a slightly trembling voice, "Young Master Long Fei went out." Long Zhanwu's voice became even colder. "You don't know?" Jojo immediately shook his head and said, "I don't know, I really don't know." Even if he knew, Jojo would not reveal a single word. Suddenly, she knelt down and pleaded, "Great clan elder, please don't hurt young master. I'm begging you, you can do whatever you want with Jojo. I'm begging you, don't hurt him, it's not easy for him, I'm begging you." Tears streamed down his face. A disdainful sneer surfaced on Long Zhanwu's face. What kind of master would be what kind of trash slave? It was also at this moment. Long Fei ran into the courtyard and said with a smile, "Jojo, come and eat buns, your favorite hibiscus buns." Seeing Long Zhanwu, Long Fei's heart tensed up and he shouted, "Long Zhanwu, what are you doing here?" Long Zhanwu said coldly, "Is there anything about the Long family that I can't come to?" Long Fei frowned and started to act cautiously. At this moment, he was facing a great enemy. Chapter 20 Family Assessment. Chapter 20 Family Assessment. To be honest, Long Fei really didn't want to meet Long Zhanwu. At least, he did not want to meet them before he broke through the war chief realm. But now that Long Zhanwu was standing in his courtyard and he was still kneeling on the ground, Long Fei immediately shouted, "Jojo, get up." While they were talking, Long Fei ran over to Jojo and helped her up, then placed her behind him to protect her. He looked at Long Zhanwu as if he was facing a great enemy, and asked again, "What are you doing here?" Long Zhanwu saw that the courtyard was in a mess and there were spirit grass everywhere. He could not help but sneer and said, "You think it's possible for you to obtain alchemy?" Long Fei laughed instead. "What does this young master's refinement care about you? Long Zhanwu, if you have something to fart, hurry up and fart. If you're here to mock my alchemy, then very good, you've done it." Long Zhanwu stared at Long Fei and said, "Tell me, how great is it for you to be a piece of trash? You've already left the Long family, what is your purpose in coming back? Since you want to come back, then I have no other choice. 1 month later, I will participate in the clan examination. If I fail the examination, I will be expelled from the Long clan. The Long clan will not raise trash." Long Fei's face turned cold. Family assessment? This young master seems to have special privileges. There is no need for me to participate, right? He was the appointed young master of the Long family, the future Duke of Divine Dragon. Long Zhanwu laughed loudly. "Privileges? Ha ha ha! Long Fei, do you really think you are the Long Fei of the past? At that time, you possessed the dragon god's blood essence, so you could indeed enjoy the privilege of not participating. Broken pubes, dense meridians, low level of cultivation, fire glass city's laughingstock, are these? Ridicule." It was an undisguised mockery. Underneath his sleeves, Long Fei clenched his fists and clenched them tightly. Long Zhanwu continued, "Long Fei, you don't have a choice. It's best if you participate this time." At this moment, Long Zhanwu's eyes looked at Jojo, who was behind Xiang Longfei, and coldly said, "I am not Long Diao, and my methods are 10,000 times more vicious than his." Cluck, cluck. Long Fei gritted his teeth so hard that his teeth were popping out. "I hate people who threaten me the most." Long Zhanwu laughed. "I'm just threatening you." Long Fei's eyes narrowed and said, "Okay, I will participate, but…" "Long Zhanwu, let me remind you, people who threaten me won't be able to live for long." In an instant, the martial king battle chi was released from Long Zhanwu's body. It was filled with dense killing intent. Long Fei's heart sank. Being crushed by the war chief's battle energy was incomparably uncomfortable. Another moment. Long Zhanwu retracted his battle spirit and said with a cold smile, "I'm waiting." Finished. Long Zhanwu left the courtyard with a smile on his face. Huff! Long Fei instantly collapsed and fell flat on his butt. "Fuck, the pressure of the war chief's battle chi is really unbearable, Long Zhanwu. Just you wait, sooner or later, there will be a little bit of your chrysanthemum that will explode," Jojo said worriedly. "Young master, the family tests are all aimed at the elite disciples of the Long family that are older than 20. You are only 16, yet Long Zhanwu allowed you to participate. He is obviously making things difficult for you." Difficult? They wanted him dead. Long Fei smiled and said, "Don't worry, who is this young master? A mere clan examination will not be difficult for me." In his memories, there were also things about the family assessment. It was very difficult. For the current Long Fei, it was extremely difficult. The elite members of the Long family were all at least 5th-step battlemasters, and all of them had a strong aura of dragon blood. It was very clear that Long Zhanwu wanted him to participate in the family exam to get rid of him. Long Fei muttered in his heart, "There's still a month's time. I must become even stronger in this 1 month." Even if Long Zhanwu didn't force him to participate, he would still participate, because the rewards of being in the top few of the family assessment was simply too generous. Other than that, The system also had points as a reward, and Long Fei had to participate just based on that. Jojo, don't worry. Come here, it's your favorite hibiscus buns. Long Fei smiled and started to plan to become stronger. There were many ways to become strong. This was the most direct way to raise one's cultivation base. There are other ways. A spirit weapon possessed a top-grade spirit weapon, and its combat strength would increase. Talismans possessed high-grade talismans. A single talisman could annihilate a group of people, and their combat prowess would increase. Puppet technique was also possible. A month's time was very short. It was already impossible to enter the Fire Glass Mountain range again. I want to become stronger. I have to become stronger. Long Fei thought fiercely in his heart. Let's start with the talismans. Time was of the essence. He would do as he said. Morning. Long Fei brought out cinnabar, talisman paper, an essential item to make talismans. Let's try our luck first. Long Fei moved his hand, pen moving and flying dragon. He injected true breath into it and started drawing on the talisman in one breath, at the same time releasing the talisman technique. 1 minute later, Long Fei withdrew his true breath. His forehead was covered in sweat as he shouted, "Done!" Ding! Talisman failed, proficiency +1, F***CK. Long Fei picked up the talisman that he had drawn just now and could not look at it directly. It was just a drawing of a talisman. He thought bitterly in his heart, "Damn, looks like I do not have any skills in talismans. All right, I will make up for it. If I fail, it will be his grandmother. I will train." The training began once more. Ding! Talisman failed, proficiency +1, ding! Talisman failed, proficiency +1, ding! Talisman failed, proficiency +1. Every single time, Long Fei was incomparably meticulous. It was not just simply accumulating proficiencies, but it was also an endless process of summing up the reasons for his failures. Next time. Progress by improvement. It was not that the accumulation of proficiency would make the technique and level increase very easy to succeed, but it was not like that. Just like alchemy. You must be very familiar with the properties of the spirit grass, the golden ratio, in order to be able to refine the supreme grade pellet. The talisman is the same. One failure after another. One step after another. An hour passed. Long Fei was drenched all over. He was completely exhausted, and his body felt like it had collapsed. Alchemy, talismans, artifact forging. A series of auxiliary methods required spiritual energy. The mind of the talisman was extremely focused, and a slight distraction instantly failed, while the mind energy was constantly being overtaxed, to the point that Long Fei was almost unable to endure it. However, he did not stop to rest. At the same time as he was carving talismans, he was also increasing his spiritual power. 3 hours later, Long Fei continued. 5 hours later, he was still failing. However, he was getting closer and closer to success. He was already able to finish inscribing the talisman, and was only missing the last few strokes. 10 hours later, Long Fei continued. Long Zhanwu, just you wait. If you want to die, then wait and see. You have to see who dies first. Ding! Talisman failed, proficiency +1. Continue. Long Zhanwu's courtyard. Ha ha! Now that his alchemy has failed and he is now carving talismans, he can't be crazy, right? Long Zhanwu laughed out loud, feeling more and more that Long Fei was still that trash Long Fei. The talisman has failed. Could it be that he was refining again? Long Fei, oh Long Fei, what are you going to use to fight me? If I were you, I would definitely commit suicide. Ha ha ha! Long Zhanwu laughed out loud. As long as he could get rid of Long Fei and deal with him, the Long family would be in his hands. Chapter 21 Talisman Refining with Demonic Beast Essence and Blood. Chapter 21 Talisman Refining with demonic beast essence and blood. Whatever Long Fei wanted to do, he would not give up. Even if he failed to the point of vomiting, he had never thought of giving up. One day and one night of practice, True Breath was exhausted, and his mental energy was extremely depleted. He was on the verge of collapse. Long Fei still did not give up. Early morning. Ding. Talisman failed, proficiency +1, ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for getting 100 experience points, 100 True Breath points, and 10 points as a reward. Who? Rank 2 Talisman Technique. Long Fei let out a long breath, loosened his body, and directly sat down on the ground in a paralyzed state. Damn, I'm so tired. Let's not worry about it for now. 1 month is too short. Long Fei clenched his teeth and walked on the street. Zhao Er woke up very early again. Yesterday, he had even received a special reward for Long Fei's matter. This was the first time he had received such a reward. Quick, quick, give me a pot of holy tea. Long Fei walked into the shop and acted as if he was going to die. However, he was reluctant to consume the healing pill. When Zhao Er saw Long Fei, his eyes darkened and he thought to himself, the ancestor is here. Little ancestor, you drank all the holy tea yesterday. There's really nothing left. Zhao Er said bitterly. Even if he had it, he couldn't take it out. The guy in front of him wasn't just drinking a cup, he was drinking as much as he could. Long Fei grinned and said, Not even 1 cup? Zhao Er shook his head and said, I really don't have it, I swear to the heavens. F***ck. The Fengyuan Merchant Union isn't much either. After drinking all the holy tea, they won't buy any more, it's so boring. Long Fei regained his composure. At this time, Lu Feng walked out of the house. Seeing Long Fei, he immediately went up and greeted him. Little brother, could it be that you have refined another batch of highest-grade medicine powder? Long Fei laughed. No. Looking at Long Fei's exhausted expression, it was definitely caused by his alchemy. Since Long Fei said that he didn't press him. Long Fei asked, Old Lu, I came here to ask if you have any fresh beast blood here? Lu Feng was surprised for a moment and said, What do you need the blood essence of a goblin beast for? Long Fei said, Don't ask about this, when it's time to let you know, I will definitely let you know, just tell me if you have it or not. Lu Feng looked at Zhao Er. Zhao Er immediately said, This morning, someone delivered a level 5 sword teeth tiger, its blood essence and energy is plentiful. 5-level monster S? Long Fei was shocked and immediately said, I want all the blood essence, name a price. Zhao Er said, 100,000. You are a purple gold member, 10% discount, 80,000. Your sister. Long Fei was immediately dumbstruck. The blood essence of 5-level monster was actually expensive to this extent? Even if I sold him, it wouldn't be worth so much money. Lu Feng laughed and said, Go and bring all the blood and essence of the level 5 sword teeth tiger over. Zhao Er quickly took out a jar that was covered with runes and said, Everything is inside. Lu Feng received it and directly put it in Long Fei's hands. It's only 80,000 silver. Take it and use it first. Long Fei was so moved that tears almost flowed out. Thank you, I finally met a good person, old Lu, you really are a living bodhisattva. Give me 1,000 more sets of spiritual herbs to concoct a healing pill. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Feng started to pant and his face flushed red. No matter how he looked at Long Fei, he just wanted to be a hooligan that didn't care about face. Long Fei said righteously, I will pay you. I will owe you. Lu Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, Give it to him. Zhao Er had no choice. He packed for half an hour before he could prepare 1,000 sets of spirit grass, and said, Clan Elder, our shop only has so many spirit grass for the healing pill. Without waiting for Lu Feng to speak, Long Fei took the large bag of spirit grass and laughed. Thank you. Since there are no holy tea here, then I will not stay any longer. Bye-bye. After which, he ran away like a rabbit and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Lu Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even the mysterious woman in the pavilion couldn't help but laugh out loud. Back home, Long Fei immediately got busy. After concocting a few superior-grade healing pills, he consumed them all. The value of the true breath rose to full. Rest for half an hour to recover your spiritual energy. Following that, Long Fei walked to the table and opened the jar of level 5 sword teeth tiger blood essence, muttering, "The cinnabar's power is too weak, it's not easy to control, and the talismans made from cinnabar do not have a very dense true breath to insert into it, they are too weak." Long Fei was only a 6th level battlemaster. His true breath value was pitifully low. He could not inject too much true breath into the talismans he refined. If he wanted to increase the power of the talismans, he could only use other powers to do so. Demon Beast Blood Essence was an excellent substitute. The Wolf Pen move. With the Sword Teeth Tiger's Blood Essence, he activated the True Breath, causing the Blood Essence to flash with light, and at the same time, Long Fei started to use the Rank 2 Glyph technique. Every stroke was the movement of true breath. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk it was almost a synthesis. Ding. Refining a Beast Sword Teeth Tiger spell note, obtaining 100 points of experience points, 100 points of true breath value, and 10 points of reward. Top quality talisman? Long Fei was ecstatic and immediately checked. Glyph, Sword Teeth Tiger spell note grade, grade 2 exquisite, attribute, Mystic Beast type description, able to release a level 5 Sword Teeth Tiger to fight. Description 2. The user will have an increase in illusion attribute. The user's power will increase by 15%. Wow! Ripping apart a war spirit realm ranker, that's too awesome, haha. Long Fei was suddenly overjoyed. The power of the attack was simply off the charts. Good stuff, ha ha ha. Continue. Long Fei did not stop. He had only used his beast blood essence to replace the cinnabar for experiment. He was very excited about the success of the experiment now, but what he was really refining was not a level 5 sword teeth tiger, but a level 9 flood dragon. If the talisman made from the blood of the flood dragon was successful, it would definitely be extremely terrifying. Ding. Refinement failed, proficiency +1, ding. Refinement failed, proficiency +1. Not every time. Every time he failed, Long Fei would stop to think. The demon beast's blood essence was completely different from cinnabar. Ding. Refining a water attribute sword teeth tiger spell note, 100 experience, 100 true breath, 10 points reward. Ding. Fused with a wind attribute sword teeth tiger spell note, obtained 100 experience points, 100 true breath points, and 10 points reward. Long Fei spent the entire day refining it. Because he had fused with a level 9 wind, water, and magic demon cores, many of the talismans he refined all carried additional enhancements. He had finished refining a whole jar of sword teeth tiger's essence and blood. Long Fei was not in a hurry to refine the level 9 flood dragon blood essence. Flood dragon blood essence was much stronger than sword teeth tiger blood essence. Long Fei looked at the talismans beside him. 18 talismans, 10 top-quality talismans, 8 ordinary talismans. Think of a way to test its power. At this moment, a burst of laughter came from outside the yard. "Little beauty, please play with me." Long Fei's eyes became angry. "Jojo." He immediately rushed out. Chapter 22 Power, Instant Kill. Chapter 22 Power, Instant Kill. Dragon City, please behave yourself. Yesterday, after taking the healing pill refined by Long Fei, the injuries on her body recovered very quickly. She saw that Long Fei was wholeheartedly refining his talismans, so she didn't dare to disturb him. He was stopped just as he reached the door of his house. "Little beauty, please play with me. I will definitely not treat you unfairly." Long Cheng's face was filled with vulgarity. He stared at Jojo's chest as he desperately swallowed his saliva. On the other side, Long Ao intentionally said, "Big brother Long Cheng, she is Long Fei's personal servant." Long Fei? That the great trash whose pubes was destroyed and the Long family's humiliation? Dragon City sneered and disdainfully said, "It's actually his maid. This is simply a waste of a heaven's treasure. Little beauty, from today onwards you will follow me. This young master will definitely let you live a carefree life, ha ha." Jojo berated angrily, "Young Master Long Fei is not trash, he's stronger than any of you. Ha ha ha. Little beauty, the pubes has shattered and its tendons and veins are congealed. Isn't this trash? Even if he's not trash, beating him up with my cultivation of 8-level warrior is as easy as beating a dog." Dragon City sneered. Long Ao's face became even more proud. He was the one who brought the Dragon City. Last time at the Hibiscus restaurant, at the back of the mountain, he couldn't take this lying down after receiving just a few slaps from Long Fei. "Isn't your Long Fei War Division realm? Then find a 8-level warrior. I don't believe I won't be able to kill you." Long Ao laughed. "Brother Cheng, I guess that grandson Long Fei would not dare to come out. Jojo, you just have to accompany Brother Cheng to have a good time. I will not treat you unfairly." Dragon City swallowed its saliva and said excitedly, Right, that useless young master of yours doesn't dare to come out. If he does, he'll be beaten down by me. Just obediently accompany me, ha ha ha. At this moment, humiliate the young lord. Sin, die." As soon as he finished, Long Fei was already standing at the courtyard entrance. Jojo immediately ran over to Long Fei's side and pulled him back. "Young master, I'm fine, forget it, let's go back." She was worried about Long Fei. After all, the Dragon City possessed the Dragon Blood Chi and was in the 8-level warrior realm. Dragon City's eyes turned sinister and he snorted, "Trash, what did you say just now? Young lord? If trash like you can become the Long family's young master, then any beggar on the street can become the Long family's young master. I advise you to hand over the little beauty, otherwise you will be beaten until she becomes a dead dog on the ground." F***CK. Long Fei was immediately enraged. The 8-level warrior realm, right? It just happens to use the power of the sword teeth tiger spell note you are training with. While they were talking, Long Fei moved, taking out a talisman. He activated the true breath. Go! The talisman exploded in midair. A sword-teeth tiger suddenly rushed out. Roar! He opened his bloody mouth and immediately threw Dragon City to the ground, biting down on it. Blood splattered everywhere. Ah! Ah! A scream like a pig being butchered rang out. In less than 10 seconds, under the pressure of the sword-teeth tiger, he did not have any strength to resist and was quickly bitten to death. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining 1000 experience points when killing Dragon City, 100 true breath points, 10 energy values points. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Moonwheel Saber Technique. Long Fei, how dare you? You actually dare to kill a disciple of the Long family in broad daylight. Long Ao roared. In that instant, Long Fei's figure moved, pa. He directly slapped Long Ao down onto the ground with a slap, stepped on his head, and pressed him down into the mud as he coldly said, Long Ao, there is a limit to my patience. It's best if you don't provoke me again, otherwise Dragon City will be your ending. Finished. He kicked Long Ao flying. It wasn't that he didn't dare to kill Long Fei, but that he still couldn't. Long Zhanwu's cultivation was something he couldn't fight against right now. If he killed Long Ao, Long Zhanwu would definitely get rid of him no matter what. Long Ao was so scared that his face turned pale. He crawled up with much difficulty and said, Long Fei, I won't let you go. Just you wait. Long Fei took out a talisman from his bosom. Long Ao turned around and ran. He was so scared that he pissed his pants, and hated his mother for giving him 2 less legs. Awesome! Long Fei was incomparably excited. A top-grade sword teeth tiger spell note could tear apart a war spirit realm warrior, and a normal sword teeth tiger spell note could even instantly kill a war division realm warrior. This power is indeed not for nothing, haha. Dragon City's 8-level warrior, 1 talisman was easily dealt with. If he had enough talismans, then who would he need to be afraid of in the clan exam? However, activating the talisman took Long Fei 300 true breaths to activate. He could only activate the true breath 3 times, so he had to be careful. What? You said that the 8-level warrior's Dragon City was instantly killed by Long Fei's talisman? Long Zhanwu was furious. She wanted nothing more than to kick this disappointing son of his out of the hall. Long Zhanye's brows sank. Didn't you say that he had always failed when refining talismans? What's going on? The disciple who had been monitoring Long Fei the entire time lowered his head and said, "This subordinate has been keeping an eye on Long Fei, and he has indeed been failing, but this morning I found out that he had gone to the spirit potion shop in the Fengyuan Merchant Union, and probably bought the talismans from the Fengyuan Merchant Union. Even with his useless body, he would not be able to refine any talismans." Long Zhanwu didn't care about all this, and fiercely said, "Long Fei, there is a limit to my patience, don't be too presumptuous or else." Long Zhanye immediately said in a low voice, "Big brother, please calm your anger. It's just a dragon city, if we die we die. Don't mess up our plans just because of him. If we attack now, Long Zhanhai will grab onto our weakness the moment he comes out of seclusion, and then we will lose the initiative." Cluck, cluck. Long Zhanwu clenched both of his fists tightly, and with an explosive sound, he said, "The family exam, Long Fei, that is your doomsday." Long Zhanwu said in a deep voice, "From today onwards, you are not allowed to provoke Long Fei anymore. Go into closed-door cultivation for me." Long Ao did not dare to speak. And then, Long Zhanye said, "Big brother, in 3 days there will be an auction in the Fengyuan Merchant Union. I heard that this time there will be a failure token. Flatten Feather Command. Failure Alliance. One of the most mysterious organizations in the God's Martial Continent. It was also the continent's strongest assassination organization. As long as he activated the flowing light plating on the Failure Alliance, he would be able to request the Failure Alliance to do anything to kill anyone. From the creation of the Failure Alliance until now, there had not been a single failure. Long Zhanye said in a low voice, "Long Zhanhai has yet to come out. You have the treasury of the Long family in your hands. As long as you use the treasury to purchase this tokens, at that time, as long as Long Zhanhai comes out of closed-door cultivation, I will be able to activate the flowing light feather order." This was an excellent opportunity. Taking advantage of the fact that the acting patriarch, Long Zhanhai, had yet to come out of seclusion, Long Zhanwu was able to control everything in the Long family. Long Zhanwu laughed. The smile was very sinister and sinister, it seemed. He saw the scene of himself ascending the Long family's patriarch's throne, and becoming a divine dragon marquis. Chapter 23 I've Made a Fortune. Chapter 23 I've made a fortune in the yard. Long Fei took out 3 sword teeth tiger talismans and said, "In the future, no matter who dares to bully you, don't bother with who he is, use this talisman and smash it into his face." What happened today made Long Fei very angry. At the same time, he also felt that when he was no longer by himself, Jojo was in danger. Jojo had seen the power of the talisman before, so he said, "Young master, you can use it for yourself, Jojo is not afraid." With that, she looked at Long Fei, and said with a voice as loud as a mosquito, "It's good that young master is protecting Jojo." After which, she blushed. Long Fei did not hear it clearly and said, I still have a lot of things here. Take this, these talismans only need a little bit of the true breath to activate. Jojo had no choice but to accept it. Long Fei asked again, Jojo, have you ever thought about cultivating to become a warrior? Jojo shook his head and said, It's good that I can stay by young master's side. Long Fei muttered to himself, Once we get a good blood lineage to fuse with her, it would be hard to survive without cultivation in this god's martial continent. Would definitely not stay by her side forever, so she had to make Jojo stronger. After eating the delicious food cooked by Jojo, Long Fei busied himself in the courtyard. After refining the 10 highest grade medicine powders, he walked on the main street. Why are you here again? Didn't you just come yesterday? Zhao Er was a little afraid when he saw Long Fei. Without waiting for Long Fei to ask, he took the lead and said, There really aren't any holy tea. Holy **tea. You stingy fellow, did I say I want to drink holy tea? Long Fei was about to say a pot of holy tea and ask, Is Elder Lu in? Lu Feng walked out of the house and said with a smile, Brother is here. Long Fei did not dawdle and directly took out a normal sword-teeth tiger talisman. Huh! Lu Feng was startled. Talisman? And then, the idea moved and entered the talisman's energy to sense it. A few seconds later, its face sank and immediately pulled Long Fei and said, This is the talisman you refined? Long Fei said, That's right. Lu Feng stared at Long Fei, his eyes motionless. Long Fei said with disdain, Even if you don't want to bid, you're still looking at me like that. After a long time, Lu Feng said, Are you still human? I'm not human, could I be a ghost? Long Fei said. Lu Feng immediately changed his words. What I mean is, aren't you a little too abnormal? Being able to use alchemy and even refine talismans, don't tell me your innate ability is a double attribute? Fire attribute, alchemy. One also needed attributes to refine talismans. The attribute of the bone root determines everything. However, Long Fei didn't even know what kind of attributes his innate ability was. Don't clean up such useless things, hurry up and quote your price. Come in and talk. Lu Feng was afraid that Long Fei would not be able to escape, so he pulled Long Fei inside. They arrived at the inner hall. Lu Feng immediately shouted out, Bring the tea, serve the best holy tea. Didn't you say that there are no holy tea? F***K, you're too stingy. Give me a pot. Long Fei shamelessly shouted out. This time Lu Feng was not stingy and said, First pot. Following that, Lu Feng said excitedly, Your talisman is a high-grade 3rd-rank talisman, the War Division Realm Warriors will not be able to block it, the price per sheet is about 50,000 gold. Rub. Long Fei was surprised for a moment and said, Then, take a look at this piece, what's the price? Lu Feng took the other talisman, Idea S, and his body instantly started trembling. A top-quality talisman with attribute attacks, this is too unbelievable. How did you manage to refine it? Talismans and alchemy were the same. It was extremely difficult to refine high-grade talismans, and it was even more impossible to refine top-grade talismans. Even a grandmaster would find it difficult to refine talismans with attribute. It was precisely because of this that Lu Feng was so excited. Long Fei said, You don't need to care about that, just name a price. 200,000. Lu Feng said, This talisman should be able to easily crush a war spirit realm warrior, what a powerful strength. My God. Long Fei was shocked, seems like I won't have to worry about my future. Following that, Long Fei took out 6 talismans, 3 of them had an attribute to them, and 3 of them were ordinary talismans, and said, A total of 8 in total. 8? Zhang. Lu Feng's breathing hastened, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Long Fei could not help but ask, Are you all right? It's okay, man, you really surprised me. Lu Feng became excited, and just as he was about to offer a price, he thought about the auction 3 days later, and immediately said, "Brother, do you believe in me?" Long Fei immediately took back the talisman, and said, "Don't tell me you want to owe us money?" Cough, cough, cough. Lu Feng choked and then laughed. The Fengyuan Merchant Union never owes money. What I want to say is, if these talismans are placed at the auction in 3 days' time, they will definitely fetch a high price. At that time, you can earn even more. So it's like that. Long Fei's heart dropped and he said, "Auction? Is there anything good there?" Lu Feng smiled mysteriously. "I cannot tell you the specifics, but the Fire Glass City, the imperial family, and even the nobles will participate. Currently, even the Fire Glass City was discussing about the auction in 3 days. Even the consortia from other countries had come over." His goal was the Flowing Light Medallion. Long Fei didn't know much about the Falling Feather Token, so he asked, "What is a Fail Feather Token?" Lu Feng said in a low voice, "The Flowing Light Feather Token is the token that was given out when the Failure Alliance was first created. A Flowing Light Feather Spirit can request the Failure Alliance to kill a person for you, no matter who it is, in a place with the Flowing Light Feather Token. Right now, there are very few Crocada's Quintet Spirit on the market. If you can obtain the Crunch Feather Token, that would be equivalent to receiving the protection of the Failure Alliance. No one would dare to offend you." So awesome! Long Fei secretly clicked his tongue. The assassination organizations are really popular. Lu Feng laughed. "It's not just amazing, once the Flowing Light Feather Command is released, it will set off another wave of slaughter." Long Fei did not care about all these. His current goal was to become stronger, and it would be best if he could prepare to take the clan exam as soon as possible. As for other matters, he simply did not have the mind to care about them, and said, "Then do as you say. I also want to buy some things. I don't have any money on me." Naturally, he would not miss a good show. Since it was an auction, there might be something that he could use. Lu Feng laughed. "Nothing else in the Fengyuan Merchant Union is just money. Just give me your gold card." Long Fei took out his gold card. It just so happened that Zhao Er was carrying a pot of holy tea at this time, and he said to Long Fei with an apologetic smile, "I just arrived, it really is a new holy tea." Long Fei rolled her eyes at him, and said, "Since you just arrived, then pack me a caddy of tea later." "Huh!" Zhao Er looked at Lu Feng bitterly. Lu Feng laughed. "Isn't it just a holy tea? Help me pack a gene of it. This is his gold card, deposit 1 million gold." "Poochie!" Long Fei spat out a mouthful of tea. 1 million silver? Lu Feng slightly said, "Is that not enough? Then deposit it in 2 million. This time, Long Fei's breathing became a little hurried, and he immediately said, "Enough, enough." Zhao Er did not dare to ask any more as he ran out. 2 million silver? What concept? Long Fei was a little distracted as he walked down the street. I'm rich, ha ha ha. Chapter 24, Dragon Roar Vibration. Chapter 24, Dragon Roar Vibration. Fengyuan Merchant Union. Lu Feng placed 8 talismans and 10 highest grade medicine powder S on the table. He's a complete genius. Although your cultivation isn't high, your alchemy and talismans aren't something an ordinary grandmaster can compare to. When he spoke, Lu Feng was still full of excitement. The top quality talisman. Illusionary, wind, and water type talismans. If these were refined by the 3 of them, then it wouldn't be much, but if all of them were created by a single person, then it would be amazing. The veiled young lady said lightly, "You have done very well. With him around, our Fengyuan Merchant Union will have a monopoly on the Fire Glass Dynasty's medicine market. The talisman market will not be far away. Pass down my orders. Start spreading the news throughout the city, promoting the top-grade talisman dollars as the focal point. Doesn't he like money? Let him earn enough this time. This way, he'll definitely be grateful to our Fengyuan Merchant Union. Lu Feng nodded. Yes. The feeling of having a huge sum of money was rather perturbed. Long Fei kept having the feeling that someone was following him, and his heart was beating much faster than usual. After making sure no one was following him, he returned home. After resting for a few hours, midnight, Long Fei walked to the courtyard. Phew! Huff! He adjusted his breathing and quickly calmed down. He checked his attribute. Player. Long Fei rank. Level 6 Battlemaster experience points. 19780/2500000 True Breath value. 1300 Full skills. Toting skill God, Dragon Salure technique God, Basic sword, Alchemy, Talisman technique. Energy values. 100 Integral value. 290 War pet. Xiao Bai Child, Divine Beast. A series of attributes appeared in Long Fei's mind. The true breath is worth 1,300 points. Long Fei muttered to himself, then made some calculations. 3 minutes later, Long Fei suddenly moved. On the table, Long Fei drew out the level 9 Flood Dragon Blood Essence with all his might, continuously drawing and drawing. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk. Long Fei's forehead was drenched in sweat, as though it was dancing soybeans rolling down his forehead. The true breath was being rapidly consumed. Buzz buzz. Explosions continuously exploded in his mind as Long Fei's concept completely entered into the world of talismans. The last stroke, followed by a fierce one. At this moment, roar. A dragon's roar soared into the sky, exploding in the air above the Long family's residence. At the same time, Long Fei's face was pale white. He collapsed on the ground, holding the talisman that he had just refined. He was extremely excited. Success. It's a success. Ha ha. I did it. A level 9 Flood Dragon's blood essence was something that Sword Teeth Tiger's blood essence couldn't compare to. With its immense energy and the powerful antiphasic force, Long Fei clenched his teeth and endured to the last step. Fortunately, he had succeeded. The rank 9 Flood Dragon's blood essence was only 1 point. If it failed, it would be gone. And then, Long Fei immediately looked at the properties of the talisman. Talisman. WRM Long Fei Heavenly Talisman Grade. 3rd rank, God level. Activating. 1,500 True Breath S damage. Instant kill of all level 5 Warchief warriors. Gudong. Instantly killing all the warriors at the 5th level of Warchief. Haha. Long Zhanwu, what level of cultivation are you at? Long Fei was incomparably excited. With this winged flood dragon Long Fei's heavenly talisman, it was equivalent to possessing a protective talisman. There was no need to be afraid when facing Long Zhanwu in the future. However, there was one thing that made Long Fei a little unhappy. Activating this talisman would cost 1,500 True Breath S. He only had 1,300 points, so he was still unable to use it. However, Long Fei was not too worried. He only needed 6,000 experience points to level up. After reaching level 7 as a Battlemaster, he would definitely be able to reach 1,500 True Breath. Sleep. I can finally sleep well. Long Fei was elated in his heart. Previously, Long Zhanwu was like a mountain crushing down on his heart, but now, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He was sleeping soundly, but the real Fire Glass City was in an uproar because of the dragon's roar just now. Dragon roar, Long family's direction. Do any disciples of the Long family awaken the dragon god's blood essence? Investigate, go investigate immediately. We absolutely cannot let the Long family have another dragon god warrior. We absolutely cannot. The Long family was also instantly lit up. Long Zhanwu frowned. One of the guards hurriedly reported, Grand Elder, we didn't discover anything. Long Zhanwu's face turned sinister as he said, there was a dragon roar next year, how could I not have noticed it? The dragon cry meant that the dragon god's blood essence had been awakened. The dragon cry just now wasn't loud enough, but it was also a dragon cry. It was definitely the awakening of the dragon god warriors. This meant that the Long family had a new dragon god warrior. The same. This meant that he had a new enemy. Long Zhanya walked into the hall and said, "Big brother, that dragon roar just now came from the rear mountains. Could it be that Long Fei that brat recovered the dragon god's blood essence?" Then, the guard said in a low voice, "We just arrived at Long Fei's courtyard. He is truly sleeping soundly in his room." Long Zhanwu pondered for a moment and said, "The pubis is broken, the veins are stagnant, and the dragon god's blood essence is extracted, making it impossible to recover, so it shouldn't be him." Long Zhanya also nodded and said, "Then who could it be? Could it be Long Zhanhai's men?" This was what Long Zhanwu was most worried about. Long Zhanhai was the acting patriarch and seemed to be in closed-door cultivation, but he had his own trusted aides in the Long family as well as many of his direct disciples. If it was Long Zhanhai's people, then it would be very disadvantageous to him. The muscles at the corner of Long Zhanwu's eyes twitched as he said solemnly, "No matter who it is, I'm determined to win the battle 3 days later." In the secret room, Long Zhanhai was also awoken by the dragon's roar. Dragon's roar, the dragon god warrior awakening? Who could it be? In the secret room of Master, the Grand Preceptor's eyes opened as well. A dragon's roar? It seems like I have to leave early. Dragons had not appeared in the Fire Glass dynasty for a long time. Other than the generation of the great ancestor, no one else in the Long family had ever seen a dragon before. This was the reason why the dragon's roar had fooled them, and everyone in the Fire Glass city. That night it was unusually restless. The various powers were all inquiring about the dragon roar from before. Even the Nangong imperial family didn't sleep at all. At the house of the divine Zhuge Marquis, Li martial arts sect, Prince Nangong's house, all the rankers in 4 pillars stayed up all night. The dragon cry meant the awakening of the dragon god warriors. This was something they were most afraid of. The Long family had lost a dragon god soldier, injuring the Long family's vital energy greatly. Yet another dragon god soldier appeared this time? They began to worry. At the same time, in the undercurrents of the Fire Glass city, because the dragon's roar had slowed down by quite a bit, the competition among the various forces had also slowly calmed down. This gave the Long family a lot of time. Of course, regarding everything that was happening outside, Long Fei did not know a thing. Having not slept for several days, he really wanted to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The auction held by the Fengyuan Merchant Union had begun. The 4 pillars, the famous aristocrats, the Nangong imperial family, as well as a few other countries' financial groups, all came. Chapter 25, I Am Rich. Chapter 25, I Am Rich. The auction was set up in the Fengyuan Merchant Union's special auction venue. It was the size of a basketball court in his previous life. There were 10 VIP booths set up, and the more powerful the power, the closer the booths were. There were 500 ordinary spots. The prices of the tickets to the auction had already risen to several thousand taels, which was a testament to the influence of this auction. Lu Feng changed into a beautiful set of clothes, walked up the stage, and with a respectful smile on his face, he said, "Guests, everyone is aware of the process of the auction. I will not introduce any further, the auction will begin now." The first auction. Healing pill. As Lu Feng spoke, a worker immediately took out 10 pills from his plate. Holy *T. You actually have the nerve to take out a trash like the healing pill to auction? Don't waste our time. Let's directly take out the behest. The audience roared. Lu Feng did not stop them. On the contrary, he wanted to see this scene with a smile on his face as he said, Allow me to explain to you how these healing pills are different. My healing speed doubled. The most important thing is that it will help you cultivate, because after you consume it, you will be provided with true breath. This is its unique charm. This pill was concocted by a grandmaster. Although the last sentence was a lie, Lu Feng knew clearly that it would raise Long Fei's position and also raise the price. The most important thing was, it would raise the influence of the Fengyuan Merchant Union in the pill market. Because a alchemy grandmaster was not something that could be hired by the merchant union, even by a family. Everyone shivered, but no one called out a price. Lu Feng was not in a hurry as he said, Fire Glass Dynasty, the Zhuge family of 4 pillars are famous for their alchemy. Can you let Lord Zhuge inspect them? A figure landed in private room number 5. I'll test it, a skinny old man said. Lu Feng replied respectfully, It is my honor to be examined by the chief alchemy master of the Zhuge family, Zhuge Yuqing. Zhuge Yuqing did not dawdle either. She first picked up the pellet and sniffed it, then her eyebrows twitched. The idea moved, and her brows tightened up even more. She looked at Lu Feng and asked, Can I taste one? Lu Feng nodded, Sure. Zhuge Yuqing put the healing pellet into her mouth, but did not swallow it immediately. She closed her eyes slightly, savoring the taste, sensing, and muttered, The ratio of spirit herbs has reached a perfect state, the release of spirit grasses' spirit energy is perfect, the true breath is surging, perfect, the treatment of wounds is perfect. Impossible! How can there be such a perfect healing pill? Highest grade medicine powder. Zhuge Yuqing was shocked and did not step down. She immediately said, I will pay 500,000 for the remaining 9 healing pellets. As soon as his voice faded, a huge commotion immediately broke out. It was impossible for the Fengyuan Merchant Union and the Zhuge family to join hand. And then, Prince Nangong's family immediately raised the bid. 600,000. Li Martial Arts Sect, 700,000. Holy Dragon Mansion, 800,000. Zhuge Divine Home Mansion, 1 million silver. Long Fei was dumbfounded. A healing pill for sale to Lu Feng was only 8,000 gold coins, and it could easily be sold for 1 million silver coins. He felt that he had suffered a huge loss. He even had the heart to die. The Divine Marquis of Zhuge had produced many alchemy geniuses, who were the strongest existences in the Fire Glass Dynasty in terms of researching medicinal pellets. Zhuge Yuqing's shocked expression showed that even he was unable to refine it. Moreover, the greatest use of this healing pill lay in the cultivation of the young disciples. With such a healing pill by his side, it was the same as having an extra talisman. Of course, the Zhuge family would never let go of the opportunity to study the highest grade medicine powder. In the end, 9 healing pills were sold to the Zhuge family for 1,300,000 silver. This was also the first time in the history of God's martial continent that a sky-high price of 1,300,000 gold coins had been offered for 9 first-grade healing pellet. Next, we'll proceed to the second item auction. Spiritual Void Ring. Space ring made from a mysterious meteorite, 100 square meters of space ring, starting bid 100,000 silver. As soon as Lu Feng finished his sentence, silence reigned below the stage. It was just a space ring, but it was a little big, so not many people called out a price. Long Fei called out, 150,000. He needed a large space ring storage item. No one bid. Lu Feng smashed the hammer down and said, Deal. The third item. Xian Class 6 Stage Sword Art, Sky Xian Sword Art. The bidding price is 300,000. 500,000. 600,000. 800,000. 1,500,000. 2 million. The price soared. The fourth item. Wind Shadow Step, not appraised, does not guarantee quality. Starting price 10,000 silver. Unidentified. This meant that the Fengyuan Merchant Union did not know the grade of this technique. It could be a divine level technique or the most trashy one of the yellow rank. Even more so, there was a huge risk involved in this gamble. 30,000 gold. 50,000. 100,000. Although it was unappraised, there were still many people bidding, and the price kept rising. Long Fei looked at the wind shadow step through the system. Skill path. Wind shadow step rank. First rank of heaven stage true breath. 10 true breath will not be consumed in a second. Description. Like the wind, the shadow is erratic, the observation is unclear, unfathomable. Like a gale, like a gale, like a hurricane. Long Fei was secretly excited in his heart and said, 1 million. Many people turned to look at Long Fei. Is this person an idiot? You actually spent so much money to buy an unidentified cultivation technique. My brain must be full of water. A million to buy an unidentified cultivation technique, ha ha. He's too talented. The price of 1 million was not low, even Lu Feng was a little surprised. Seeing that it was Long Fei, her eyes moved slightly, signaling him not to buy it. However, everything was too late. Lu Feng was sure that no one was bidding. He knocked on the hammer. 1 million sold. Long Fei was secretly excited. For a high price of 2 million for a profound rank 6, I bought it for 1 million for a first rank heaven stage, haha. I've picked up a big mistake. Who would know that the wind shadow step was a first rank heaven rank technique? Next was a new auction. The 9th item. The treasure map of the Thunder Dragon Temple. The location of the Immortal Trail Thunder Dragon Temple, unappraised treasure map, starting bid 50,000 silver. The Fengyuan Merchant Union had sent people to search for this item based on the instructions on the treasure map, but they could not find it. Other than that, it was hard to say whether there were any Thunder Dragon Temples around, so he decided to auction them. Thunder Dragon Temple? I've never heard of it at all. It's another unidentified item. Take it out to swindle others. 60,000. 80,000. 150,000. 200,000. If he couldn't appraise it, he would be gambling. If he won the bet, he would make a profit. If he lost the bet, he would die a loss. Long Fei still had 850,000 left of the 2 million he had left. Just as he was about to buy something else, he saw the treasure map and muttered, "Anyway, it's not my money, I'll buy it." 500,000. Immediately, the entire hall was silent. No one bid again. He was staring at Long Fei again, and in their eyes, this person was already a standard number 2. Long Fei was even excited and said, "I've bought it again, ha ha." Chapter 26, Flunking Order. Chapter 26, Flunking Order after the auction. Lu Feng drank a cup of water and cleared his throat. His expression became excited as he said, "The 10th item, Sword Teeth Tiger Spell Note. They are divided into 2 groups. Each group has 4 plates. The first group of Sword Teeth Tiger Spell Note will be auctioned next. The bidding price is 300,000. Finished." Lu Feng did not allow the auction to begin, but explained instead. Sword Teeth Tiger Spell Note, High Grade 2 Talisman, able to release a 5-level monster in battle, able to instantly kill a practitioner of War Division realm. At the same time, Lu Feng picked up a talisman, activated True Breath and suddenly released it into the air. Go! Roar! A sturdy sword teeth tiger rushed out of the talisman and roared. Its dense imposing manner spread to every corner of the auction place. It was extremely shocking. Lu Feng suddenly said, "Let the auction begin." 500,000. Li Martial Arts Sect bids 800,000. The Nangong Imperial Clan bids 1 million. The Zhuge family of the Divine Ho Clan bids 1,500,000. Holy Dragon Mansion bids 2 million. 3 million. The Nangong Imperial Clan bids 5 million. It instantly soared to 5 million. Long Fei was dumbfounded. Lu Feng said excitedly. 5 million going once, 5 million going twice, 5 million going thrice, sold. Next is another set of talismans. 4 chapters talismans, top quality sword teeth tiger spell note S, are respectively wind, illusion, and water elements, 2 of which are magic talismans, and are instantly killed by a martial artist at the war spirit realm. This set of talismans was crafted by a single person, a senior master of coding draft of the Fengyuan Merchant Union. Lu Feng laughed. I will also tell you guys a secret, the healing pill was created by this master. Attribute talisman? Or are all 3 attributes created by a single person? Able to refine talismans and alchemy. Could it be a 10-star root bone? Even a double attribute bone root can't do it, let alone a 10-star root bone. All sorts of discussions broke out, and even the various VIP booths were in an uproar. Long Fei sat in the middle of the crowd, listening to the various discussions and thought to himself, I wonder what kind of scene would be like when the flood dragon Long Fei's heavenly talisman was taken out for auction? Suddenly, Lu Feng suddenly shouted, the auction begins, the bidding price is 1 million gold. The sword teeth tiger spell note's momentum of 3 days had already caused a stir, and many people came because of it. 2 million. 3 million. Holy Dragon Mansion bids 5 million. 5 million. Long Zhanwu, you are really poor, the price of the Zhuge family of the Divine Marquis is 7 million. The King's Palace bids 9 million. Li Martial Arts Sect bids 10 million. The price kept rising. Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out from private room number 2, 20 spirit stones from the heavenly sect. As soon as his voice faded, the entire audience was shocked. The people from the heaven sect are here too? It's actually the heaven sect? At this moment, a voice also came from private room 10, the blood refinement sect bids 30 spirit stones. Another uproar broke out. The devil sect's blood refining sect is also here? What's going on? They're all here. The sect was extremely powerful, appearing in this mundane auction and bidding on it. A single spirit stone was worth 1 million silver. The currency in the secular world was silver, while the spirit stones in the sect were spirit stones. The voice from private room 2 sounded again, 50 spirit stones bid on the sky sect. A wave of cold laughter came from the blood refinement sect, and they stopped bidding. Lu Feng knocked on the hammer and said, Deal, the second VIP room will be auctioned off to the sky sect. In private room 2, the 3 women were fuming. Eldest senior sister, why is the blood refinement sect here? Humph, since senior sister and the others dare to come, then don't let them leave the Fire Glass City alive. The matter at Fire Glass Mountain Range last time will be settled this time. The 3 girls were the girls that Long Fei had saved the last time. Amongst the 3 of them, the eldest senior sister was a rank 2 talisman master. She really wanted to know how to refine attribute talismans. Furthermore, she had recently encountered a bottleneck and wanted to break through so much that she had spent 50 spirit stones to buy them. One must know that these were the spirit stones that the 3 of them had accumulated over the years. He originally thought that announcing the name Heaven Sect would scare off the other bidders, but he never expected that the blood refinement sect would interfere. The eldest senior sister huffed, Damn it! Senior sister, should we inform the branch elders? Inform my ass, we'll immediately rush out. The little junior sister apprentice looked as if she wanted the world to be chaotic. The eldest senior sister spoke in a low voice for a moment. Fire Glass City is a secular place. Once they fight, there will definitely be innocent people involved. Let's just forget about it. The little junior sister apprentice immediately said, I spent 30 more spirit stones for nothing. Eldest senior sister, those are the spirit stones you use to break through to the next realm. How about? The little junior sister apprentice had an idea. Big senior, why don't we use the Heaven's Court order and get the Fengyuan Merchant Union to hand over the person who refined the talisman? We can get him to specially refine 100 talismans for us. 1,000 talismans, hee hee. Nonsense. The eldest senior sister glared and said, "How can the master be insulted? The Fengyuan Merchant Union will bring master out to see us once, so we will have to respectfully welcome you all." In her heart, Grandmaster Glyph was sacred and inviolable. The little junior sister apprentice stuck out her tongue. The appearance of the Heaven sect and the Blood Refinement sect had caused the auction to become somewhat stifling. However, this did not affect the hearts of the clans in the slightest. The last one was the flowing light plaque. Everyone was rubbing their fists and wiping their palms. Long Fei sat in the middle of the crowd and muttered to himself, "Even if it's 1,000,000 silvers per spirit stone, 50 of them would be 50 million silvers. Gudong." Long Fei swallowed his saliva heavily and became extremely excited. "How much 50 million silver? In my previous life, Laozi had insisted on keeping 18 girls to play games with me every day. If that were the case, then life would be a lot better, ha ha ha." At the same time, Long Fei looked at VIP Booth 2 and said to Xiao Bai, who was fast asleep in War Pet Space, "It's those 3 women again. Last time, they completely ignored me. So cool." Next, the last item will be auctioned. Ranking item, flattened feather medallion. Lu Feng's voice trembled a little as she said, "I don't need to explain to everyone the use of the flowing light feather token. We can all request of Failure Alliance to do one thing, regardless of the size." Failure Alliance. Their power did not lose to any sect, the strongest assassination organization in God's martial continent. It was distributed to every corner of the continent. Extremely mysterious existence. Every time the falling feather order appeared, it would set off a bloody storm. The appearance of the Fun feather spirit in the Fire Glass City caused the Nangong imperial family to be shaken. No matter the cost, he had to take down this falling feather spirit. For everyone. It was the same for Zhuge Tianlong, and it was the same for Long Zhanwu as well. The auction begins. Chapter 27 Family Hazard. Chapter 27 Family Hazard. As soon as his voice fell, he immediately entered the white-hot state. All of them had their sleeves raised as they put their bayonets together. The situation was extremely intense. 13 million, 18 million silver, 20 million, 25 million, 40 million silver. The price continued to skyrocket, not stopping at all. The few big shots of Fire Glass City had completely fallen out with him. Zhuge Tianlong, what do you think a drug refiner like yourself wants? Who do you want to kill? Long Zhanwu, you are only the great clan elder of the Long family. Do you have the qualifications to use so much money? Li Chongtian, UF Cur Leopard, can your Li clan have that much money? Nangong Lei, what are you fighting with the royalty for? What are you trying to do? Every offer was accompanied by a verbal attack. This time, the Heaven-Seeking sect and Blood Refinement sect hadn't bid, and the Blood Refinement sect hadn't made a sound since they had bid on the talismans. The 3 Heaven sect sisters watched on silently, not showing any intention of bidding. The Nangong Imperial clan has 80 million silver taels. Don't fight with me for it. I definitely won't use this piece of paper. It's best if it is given to the royal family for safekeeping. Nangong Hua, are you trying to fool us? 90 million. The Long family bids 100 million silver. Long Zhanwu sweated profusely, as though he was about to reach his limit. Zhuge Tianlong did the same, shouting loudly, 110 million. Li Chongtian gnashed his teeth so hard that they almost broke, 120 million. The Nangong Imperial clan has 150 million silver taels. Nangong Hua was also a little lacking in confidence. This was his last bottom line. Even if he was the ruler of a nation, it would be difficult for him to take out more money. The 4 pillars was silent for a moment. At this moment, a woman's voice rang out from VIP Booth 1, 200 million. Pfft. Nangong Hor immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The anger was attacking his heart. It was the same for the people from the Four Pillars. 200 million was completely beyond their limit. Lu Feng's eyes were shocked as he loudly asked, 200 million, is there a higher price? Who's from VIP Lounge 1? What kind of background? The Xiang Tian sect is only the second VIP lounge. The identity of VIP Booth 1 must be even stronger. Who is it? Everyone was guessing, even the people from the Four Pillars were guessing as well. 200 million going once. 200 million twice. 200 million deal. Lu Feng smashed down on the hammer. Congratulations, esteemed guest number 1. Please pay your bill backstage. Half an hour later. Long Fei muttered, too crazy, my heart can't take it. Lu Feng took out a box and said, Brother, here are 50 spirit stones, plus 2 million silver notes. Long Fei was surprised for a moment and said, Elder Lu, didn't you guys want to get it by the draw? Lu Feng laughed. If others want to smoke, you do not need it. Since you are a member of our Fengyuan Merchant Union, you naturally do not need it. Actually, this was a form of compensation. The Fengyuan Merchant Union had used the healing pills and sword teeth tiger spell note S that Long Fei had refined to increase their power and influence. This was not something that could be accomplished by dozens of spirit stones. Long Fei did not hold back and said, Then I'll be thanking you. Lu Feng asked, If you want money, I can help you exchange it for silver. Long Fei smiled and said, No need, just spirit stones. Lu Feng did not force him and said, Then take it well, this is a lot of money, ha ha. Long Fei also started laughing and asked suspiciously, Elder Lu, can you tell me who is in private room 1? Lu Feng smiled mysteriously and lowered his voice. Our young Mississippi, huh? Holy sh*t, are you guys playing this game? Long Fei completely did not expect that after hearing Lu Feng's explanation, he had come to a realization. Lu Feng said softly, We were forced to, and you know the competition situation very well. If we were to let the Four Pillars or the Emperor of Nangong family obtain it, the Fire Glass City would set off a bloody war, and might even shake the very foundations of the Fire Glass dynasty. Although the Fire Glass City may seem calm on the surface, in truth, there are undercurrents surging. All kinds of forces are fighting in secret. The genius of the Long family in Four Pillars, Dragon Blood, was drawn out. The Long family lost their Dragon God warriors, their status plummeted rapidly over the past year, and they were crushed by other Three Pillars' forces. A few days ago, there was a dragon's roar from the sky above the Long family. It should be due to the awakening of the new Dragon God warriors, which would let the Long family slow down for a while. However, I think that as long as Three Pillars finds the Dragon God warriors, they would probably assassinate them. Long Fei trembled slightly and asked, Was the last Dragon God soldier assassinated by the Three Pillars? Lu Feng smiled faintly. The existence of the Long family is too much of a threat to them. The Three Pillars and the Nangong Imperial clan want to exterminate the Long family. Who else could it be? The Long family has been passed down for so many years, all thanks to the support of the Dragon God's warriors. Today, not obtaining the Falling Feather token is tantamount to losing a single line of protection, which is not a good thing for the Long family. Fortunately, the other forces didn't buy it, otherwise the Long family would be in great danger. Divine Dragon Marquis sigh. The Long family without Dragon God warriors is the same as a tiger without teeth, sigh. Lu Feng sighed twice consecutively, and then laughed and said, Ha ha! What's the point of saying all this? This world is like this. The strong are revered and the weak are eliminated. With that, Lu Feng left. Long Fei stood at the same place, his heart sinking, and thought to himself, I never thought that the Long family would actually be in such a state. F***ck. Even at such a level, you still want to make things difficult for me, Long Zhanwu. You did everything possible to make me die, you are truly vicious. How can the Long family be strong enough to have someone like you? Long Fei felt unwell in his heart. Who cares? I'm not even as good as a servant in the Long family, why should I worry about the Long family? F***ck. Long Fei no longer cared about the Long family. What he needed to do now was to become stronger and take the test. Long family. Long Zhanwu's courtyard. Long Zhanwu's face was filled with anger as he said solemnly, "A bunch of old fellows went all out to increase the price for the flowing light flower token. Now that's good, no one has obtained it." Long Zhanya said slightly, "This is also a good thing for us. If we were to be obtained by any side, we might be able to deal with the Long family. Our next plan is going to change." Long Zhanwu looked at Long Zhanya. Long Zhanya said in a low voice, "Big brother, without the flowing light feather token, we can similarly request killer at Failure Alliance. As long as we remove Long Fei and Long Zhanhai, the Long family will also fall into your hands." Long Zhanwu's eyes shone with a bright light. Long Zhanya continued to speak, "I have already contacted the Failure Alliance. 50 million silver is much cheaper than the price of the flowing light feather token." Long Zhanwu said excitedly, "All right. Great. Once the family exam is over, Long Zhanhai will come out from closed-door cultivation and be killed immediately." Long Zhanya also laughed excitedly. Following that, Long Zhanwu asked, "Have you found the Dragon God warriors yet?" Long Zhanya shook his head and said, "Not yet." Long Zhanwu exhaled, feeling more and more that the Dragon God warriors were Long Zhanhai's men. In addition, the Three Pillars and the Emperor clan are investigating the Dragon God warriors. If you can't find out that they are subservient to us, kill them. Long Zhanya nodded and said, "Understood." Chapter 28 Lucky Ring. Chapter 28 Lucky Ring. The Feng Yu order was bought by the mysterious person, which eased the competition in the Fire-Glass City. However, this, on the other hand, hastened the internal struggle within the Long family. In the thatched courtyard. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for refining the highest grade medicine powder. You have obtained 100 experience, 100 true breath, and 10 points as a reward. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for successfully refining the healing pill. Wow, the success rate has increased quite a bit. The last time he bought 1,000 sets of spirit grass from the Fengyuan Merchant Union, the main reason why Long Fei had refined them into medicinal pellets was because he wanted to raise the level of his alchemy technique. Only by breaking through the 4th level of alchemy would one be able to refine true pills that could instantly raise 100 points of true breath. Experts were as common as the clouds in the clan examination. The true breath was a hard wound, so if he ran out of true breath, there would be no one or demon beasts to hunt him down to make up for it. This was Long Fei's weakness, and he had to make up for it. Ding! Ding! He trained in alchemy during the day and trained in talismans, cultivating basic sword, toting skill, dragon salure technique and the wind shadow step, that he bought at the auction late into the night was extremely difficult to grasp. Every step was erratic. At the same time, each step was filled with hidden killing intent. It could be said that the 1 million silver was truly worth it. With this footwork, even high-stage war spirit warriors would not be able to easily catch up to him. For the whole half a month, Long Fei stayed at home to train. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for increasing his alchemy, currently at level 4. Huff! Long Fei exhaled and said, "I have finally leveled up." He opened the system and checked. Player Long Fei rank, level 6 Battlemaster experience points, 210920/25,000 true breath value, 1,300 skills, toting skill divine, Dragon Salure Technique, Divine, Wind Shadow Step, First Rank of the Heaven Stage, Basic Sword, Alchemy Technique. Energy Values, 100 points, 540 Table of Contents, Charm Value, 0 Lucky Value, 10. A series of attributes appeared in Long Fei's mind. Looking at the attributes, Long Fei felt that they were a little different from before. Long Fei had not paid attention to this all along. Where did your lucky value increase from? I was wondering why the success rate of alchemy technique and glyph technique had increased. So it turns out to be an extra 10 lucky value s, just that? Where did this lucky value come from? Long Fei's brows moved. He immediately thought of the spirit space ring on his finger, and his heart shook. Ha ha. I've picked up a treasure. And then, Long Fei took off the spirit space ring and checked the system. Sure enough, lucky value has turned to 0. This spirit space ring has a luck attribute bonus. Isn't it too great? He hadn't noticed it in the past, but now, he realized that it was a great experience. What did lucky value mean? The drop rate had increased, the speed of the cultivation skill had increased, the success rate of alchemy had increased, and there was even a chance for him to deal critical damage. This ring is something that even 100 million wouldn't be able to buy. Mysterious meteorite, if I can find even more of these mysterious meteors to raise my lucky value to 100, then. The scene was too beautiful. Long Fei did not dare to think further. Following that, Jojo, I'll be going out for a while. You have to behave and stay at home. Long Fei teased. Jojo's face flushed red, not daring to make a sound. Little girl. Long Fei smiled knowingly. After interacting with her for such a long time, she discovered that Jojo was even more beautiful and cute. As long as she matured, she would definitely be a beauty who would take one's life. During this time, Long Fei was also thinking about when he could test if she had any talent in cultivation. Half an hour later. Fengyuan Merchant Union. When will the highest grade medicine powder come? Lu Feng, didn't you say that the master is the chief alchemy master of the Fengyuan Merchant Union? It has been half a month, but you still haven't managed to refine a single healing pill? What are you doing? Without the highest grade medicine powder, I won't leave. The drugstore was packed. Moreover, ever since the end of the auction, these half a month had been packed to the brim, all for the highest grade medicine powder and the talismans. For the past half a month, Long Fei had not appeared a single time. Lu Feng waited like an ant on a hot pan, looking forward to see the stars and the moon every day, praying for Long Fei to appear a little earlier. If they could not get the highest grade medicine powder out, it would have a huge impact on the Fengyuan Merchant Union. So many people. Elder Lu, business is booming. Long Fei walked into the shop and smiled at everyone. When Lu Feng saw Long Fei, he was almost moved to tears. He pulled Long Fei inside. My little ancestor, you're finally here. Long Fei said in all seriousness. When did I become your ancestor? Elder Lu, since we are friends, please do not randomly establish a relationship. Lu Feng laughed bitterly. It's already burning up my eyebrows. Do you still have the mind to joke around? Do you know who the people outside are? They are all here for the highest grade medicine powder. How much have you refined in this period of time? Are there 10 of them? If I don't have 10 of them, you can give me 5 or 6 of them. If I don't have any highest grade medicine powder s, my shop will be destroyed by someone. Is it that serious? Long Fei touched his chest. Lu Feng thought that Long Fei was taking the pellet, but his eyebrows finally relaxed as he said, Of course it's serious. While they were talking, Long Fei dug out a ball of mud and rubbed it with 2 of his fingers. He formed it into a ball and muttered. He went into closed-door training for half a month and didn't even have time to take a bath. Lu Feng took it over and his eyes were startled. Just 1 pill? Huh! Long Fei was dumbstruck. Lu Feng took the pellet and ran out, saying, One pellet is better than none. Without waiting for Long Fei to stop it, Lu Feng hastily ran out. He did not have the mind to inspect the pill, and he wished that he could immediately send those people away. Suddenly, the hall exploded with noise. A commotion instantly broke out. I bid 30,000 silver. I'll pay 40,000. 50,000. 70,000. I, Zhuge Jianxiang, bid 100,000. All of you paupers, scram to the side. Zhuge Jianxiang's face was a little bruised. One of his eyes had even been beaten into a panda's eye. It was strange. He had been walking well in the night when he was suddenly caught in a gunny sack and then violently beaten up. If it wasn't for the Zhuge family's expert coming fast, he would definitely have been beaten to death. There were not many people that dared to hit Zhuge Jianxiang. He had searched for the culprit, but they could not find it. He could only admit his misfortune. Long Fei muttered in his heart when he heard Zhuge Jianxiang's name. Isn't that the name that was reported to the blood refinement sect? He followed her out. Lu Feng said, "Let young Master Zhuge take the bid." Zhuge Jianxiang took out a stack of silver notes, looked at the people around him with disdain, and said, "You want to buy a highest-grade medicine powder without money? Is this pill something that you all can afford?" Tch. No one dared to offend the divine Zhuge family. This Zhuge Jianxiang was one of the tyrants of the Fire Glass City, and he did not end up well if they provoked him. Everyone kept their heads low and did not speak a word, even though they had been insulted. Zhuge Jianxiang received the pellet and looked at it carefully, saying, "This pellet is a little different from the last time with the highest-grade medicine powder. Master is indeed a master. He must have improved again." And then, Zhuge Jianxiang swallowed it whole and began to chew, asking with doubt, "Why does this pill smell a little sour?" You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.